Hello. How are you? How art thou? How art thou? I've heard. I've heard many deeds and things. I have heard. But I've got great news for you. Especially for you. Have you heard the great news? I got more new books. That's right. We're doing a new unboxing. We're doing a book unboxing. Are you excited for the books? Are you excited? Can you even hide it? Nobody seems excited. You're not real nerds. You're no nerds. Books are fun. Getting hyped to find out what it is. Okay. I'm gonna get the box. Ugh. Oh my goodness. Okay. First book. First book is called On the Trail of Legionnaires Between Sturm and Piava. Collections of photographs of Professor Stefan Matsky from the years 1915 1920. So it's full of giggling. Full of giggling. I'm gonna show you some of the photos. Okay? Yeah. Me piace brigata. Whatever. Okay. This is the thing. Photos. Photo album. Boom 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 is a photo album. Oh. Is a boom 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 photo album. Okay. Now because I know that my audience is full of religious nutcases, here's a book called Churches and Chapels in Voeng, with pictures. Voeng chapels and churches. Because see, I know how religious you are. It's wrapped in plastic. How exciting, right? The German displacement camp in Smukawa. That's the next book. 1941-1943. German displacement camp. Germanization. So that's... Oh, I have to show you the cover. So that's great. On the line, we threw the fate of our lives. This is about independence. I looked at this book, and the first chapter is very promising. It says, "Is Polishness an abnormality? Questions about the specificity of Polish history." Is Polishness an abnormality? So there you go. I'm gonna learn from this book if Polishness is an abnormality. Oh wow, there's a thing in English for all of you English speakers out there. Polish Georgian Historians Commission Collected Works, edited by David Kolbaya. The interwar period 1918-1939 proved to be an especially significant period in the history of relations between the two countries, quite different from previous periods and rich in critical events for both Poland and Georgia. In 1918, after more than 100 years of slavery, both countries regained their independence. Georgia would shortly go on to lose its freshly regained independence in 1921, when the Soviet army entered PVC, practically closing the way east to the Caucasus and Georgia for Poles. At the same time, the road opened westwards as a wave of Georgian emigres fled to Poland. A significant number of Georgian emigres, among them Georgian army officers and officer cadets, found their way to Poland, which became their second home. They served in the Polish army as contracted officers, ran businesses, medical practices, traded in goods, and studied and lectured at universities. Many of them noted their future even more tightly to Poland, marrying Polish wives and starting families. Nonetheless, each one of them remained loyal to their lost homeland and was active in Georgian and Polish, Georgian organizations and associations for the independence of Georgia, such as the Georgian Committee in Poland, the Polish Georgian Club, and the Association of Georgian Students in Poland. During the Second Polish Republic, Georgians belonged to those ethnic groups which did not even appear in any individual state statistics. Georgian emigres consisted of a small group, but due to their independence-minded character, they held an especially privileged position which was not based on their number on economic role. This position was largely based on the somewhat emotional justification of the centuries-old friendship between the two countries and the similarity of their historical fates. See? Have you heard? The back of this smelly book. Smelly, smelly, smelly book. Who is the author? Who is the author of this book? What's happening? Pages are... Coffee table book. Who's the author? I can't find the author. Maybe it does not have an individual author. Next. I am not afraid of history's judgment. I have no idea what this. Some guy. Some dude. Next. Next. Parallel reality. The plans to start a special like this. The plans to incorporate a state of emergency in Poland in 1987-1989 as the background of talking with the opposition. Which means that the regime might have not given up power, but instead tried to silence the opposition by force, and this book sort of talks about it. Polish under the communist regime. The year 1945, the anatomy of the occupation of the country in reports, civil and military institutions of the Polish government in exile. Hello, Moose Watcher. So this is about that thing. To be a helper of the party. This is about the Communist Party in Poland. And finally, the last book. Towards the National Army. About the tales of the conspiracy, army conspiracy in the national movement in Wielkopolska, 1939-1942. That's it. I have to admit that today no book has stuck out as particularly amazing. So I will put them back in the box. I will put them back in the box. Ouch. Too many books. Oh. Ay, ay, ay. Heavy. Heavy books. And I don't mean the topics, I mean the literal weight. They're literally heavy, not heavy as in heavy topics. Although some of them are heavy topics, but not all. Okay. My lovely viewers, I got a question for you. The question is of paramount thing. Would you like to play a little bit of a game? Or should I jump into the main event, which is history related? And I love it. I love it with all my heart. It's sexy. You understand? God damn, we have to talk about this. Is all of this is this pinned? Are these messages pinned? What area of history? Oh. The area of history is Putin history. because we're gonna be watching the interview of Tucker Carlson and Putin. And I heard Putin had some interesting things to say about history. And since I pride myself in being a history nerd, I want to listen to what he had to say. Apparently the interview is just one big pseudo-historical lecture at Tucker Carlson, which I find to be extremely funny. You know what I mean? Putin. We can warm up with a game. With a game that I will once again translate from Japanese for your pleasure. So that would be a language related stream. Japanese, if you're interested in the Japanese language in the slightest. So those are our choices. Choose your destiny. Georgians really need to stop running Russia. Stalin, Putin, it never ends well. True. Even though Georgia is run by Russia, which is ironic. So, I'm in favor of going ahead to the interview. Yeah, let's go to the interview. I'm so excited that I cannot even hide it. Mouse will not work here. Mouse has no power here. Okay. Can somebody link it actually? Can somebody link the interview to me? Can you link it to me? Can I count on my lovely viewership? Stół z powyłamywanymi nogami. I guess I'll have to find it myself. Fine, I'll do it myself. I'm not big and famous enough to have people find me stuff. Is it on Tucker Carlson's Twitter? Oh, this is the full interview? Thank you very much. Okay, now I have to find the browser that I actually use for streaming. Bird milk. I'm gonna take a look at bird milk. Okay, ready. I feel so ready, so excited. So let's see. We're gonna learn some history apparently. It's gonna be super. I love it. I love to learn history, as you may know. I love democracy. Wait, hold on. Okay. So this it?
The following is...
Oh my god, this is it. How come that's... Oh my gosh. Oh Jesus Christ, so many views on this crap. Oh my god. Oh my god, so many views. 7,987,347. The Russian to English translator did an excellent job. Kto wzorwał Severny Potok? Watching from Luxembourg. Amazing interview. Great job, Tucker. Wow, remember when America had a strong leader? I almost forgot what it sounded like. Wow, what comments. Interview that goes down in history. Glorious. Well done from Greece, Mr. Tucker. You made bad guys seriously pissed off. American and Friends. Great interview. It is near impossible to get actual news in the US anymore. So many people benefit from this interview. Watching from Morocco. Thank you, Tucker. The mainstream media can't hide the truth. Everyone needs to hear this. Jesus. Now we are eagerly waiting for a Russian journalist coming to the US and interviewing Biden for 2 hours. Watching from Greece, thanks for an incredible work. I am Russian, then translation is great. Bravo. Jesus. Watching from Guinea, this interview is first step to history change. Jesus Christ. Just 7 million views, while on Twitter more than 100 million. Something goes wrong. We know the truth. I'm watching from Montenegro. I cried when Putin mentioned Serbia. The country that helped everyone. The country that had the most lives given in the First and Second World Wars. Watching from Romania, I've learned so much from this interview. Everything seems genuine and very logical. Oh my god. Everything seems genuine and very logical. Obviously, Romanians are very much anti-Russians, but this interview made me rethink and research more about geopolitical place of Russia, more about their history, and look as well from another perspective that the Western narrative presents to us. This is going to be something, isn't it? Watching from Brazil, I believe the world is watching. Thank you, Tucker. 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 Taker. Taker. Thank you, Taker. Thank you, Taker. Congratulations for the excellent journalism you do. This is so depressing. Watching from Germany, great interview. Wow, 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 wow. Oh, thank you both. What an amazing conversation. Watching from Slovenia, respect. Great interview. I was planning to watch 5 minutes, ended up watching all of it. I wonder if there's gonna be any watching from Poland. Watching from California. Thanks, Tucker Carlson, for this very interesting interview. This is so depressing. This is just... Thank you, Mr. Tucker. Not only was this one of the best interviews I've ever seen, it's also the most important for us to see. Loving history, I very much appreciated President Putin's knowledge of his country's inception and growth. I was raised to be the family historian for my maternal line. My aunt always stressed the value of family history. Her favorite saying, "How do you know where you are going if you don't know where you have been?" Thank you, Tucker. Job very well done. Jesus Christ. Okay, let's go. Let's start. This is what a beginning. Oh boy, I'm excited for this. Okay, let's go. Yeah, and essentially it's such a great mindset.
An interview with the president of Russia, Vladimir Putin, shot February 6, 2024 at about 7 p.m. in the building behind us, which is, of course, the Kremlin. The interview, as you will see if you watch it, is primarily about the war in progress, the war in Ukraine, how it started, what's happening, and most pressingly, how it might end. One note before you watch. At the beginning of the interview...
One note before you watch. This video is going to be full of rambling and incoherent nonsense. But you're used to it because you watch me, so it's okay. It's not going to be anything out of the norm or out of the, like, my normal programming.
Interview, we asked the most obvious question, which is, why did you do this? Did you feel a threat, an imminent physical threat? And that's your job.
What? Why would you ask that? Did you feel a physical threat? Would you ask this to Hitler during World War II? Hey Hitler, why did you start World War II? Did you feel a threat? An imminent threat? Is that it? You felt threat? You felt the threat? That's not a loaded question at all. Truly. True journalism.
Justification. And the answer we got shocked us.
Shocked us to the core. So it all began in the 5th century.
Putin went on for a very long time, probably half an hour, about the history of Russia going back to the 8th century.
You know what? I'm gonna say it. As a big history fan, I dare say as a big history nerd, as a big history enthusiast, this whole channel is actually basically a history channel. My stream centers around history a lot. But if you have to, like, if you have to go to the 8th century to explain away a current conflict, we've got a problem. Okay? If you need to start rambling about the 8th century to explain why you invaded a country 2 years ago, then you might be full of shit. I'm just gonna put it out there.
And honestly, we thought this was a filibustering technique and found it annoying and interrupted him several times. And he responded he was annoyed by the interruption. But we concluded in the end, for what it's worth, that it was not a filibustering technique. There was no time limit on the interview. We ended it after more than 2 hours. Instead, what you're about to see seemed to us sincere, whether you agree with it or not.
Sincere lies. Tucker Carlson is such an idiot. Such an snake oil salesman. First of all, Tucker Carlson, speaking of sincerity, is funny on its own. The biggest slimy piece of crap talking about of sincerity, and I'm supposed to believe it.
Vladimir Putin believes that Russia has a historic claim to parts of Western Ukraine.
Western Ukraine? Why Western? Also, never mind.
So our opinion would be to view it in that light, as a sincere expression of what he thinks. And with that, here it is. Mr. President, thank you. On February 22nd, 2022, you addressed your country in a nationwide address when the...
Yeah, that was full of bullshit as well, and historical inaccuracy. That speech actually made me want to do history on the channel. Before that, okay, I'm gonna run you down my career path. First, I wanted to do animation content, only animation content. But then I discovered that making animation takes 100 years. So I couldn't just do animation as content. And then I decided I would do short animations together with video games. Short animations, video games. That's the ticket. That's what will bring me the thing. It'll allow me to play video games and do what I really like, drawing animation. So that's great. And then I added, I think, languages or something, maybe. And then Putin gave a speech. I was actually pretty, how do I put it? Not confident on speaking about history. Oh no. They call it Carl Parker. Be safe. And after hearing all the lies and nonsense from Vladimir Putin, I sort of decided that I maybe should do history. True. True. That is true. You're right. You're right, Moose Watcher. Russia should bully Kazakhstan.
Conflict in Ukraine started. And you said that you were acting because you had come to the conclusion that the United States, through NATO, might initiate a, quote, surprise attack on our country.
Wow, this reminds me of something. That reminds me when in 1968, I believe, I'm gonna double check it. Oh yeah, that reminds me of the little story when the USSR was really worried about the influence of NATO in Czechoslovakia and then invaded it, or I'm sorry, it didn't invade it. It conducted a special operation in 1968 through the Warsaw Pact in order not to let NATO take over Czechoslovakia. That sounds so familiar to the current invasion of Ukraine. And I wonder why. I wonder why. Oh yeah, because it was bullshit then and it's bullshit now. Go figure. There was no NATO threat then. There's no NATO threat now. Back then, Czechoslovakia wanted some democracy for itself. So the USSR decided to squash it through a special operation, quote unquote, using NATO as an excuse. And now, surprisingly, in 2014 and onward, Ukraine wanted some democracy for itself. And so, using its long tradition, Russia decided to squash it using NATO as an excuse. Thank you for listening to this talk.
And to American ears, that sounds paranoid. Tell us why you believe the United States might strike Russia out of the blue. How did you conclude that?
Да, дело не в том, что Америка
It's
собиралась
not that
наносить
America,
удар.
the United States, was going to launch a surprise
У нас с
strike on
вами
Russia. I didn't say that.
ток-шоу или у нас
Are we
серьезный
having a
Even I didn't say something that stupid. I'm gonna translate the translation. Even I didn't say something that stupid.
talk show or a serious conversation?
Here's the quote.
Jesus. That jump scare laugh just killed the audio.
Talk show or a
What was that? Why would you laugh like that during interview? What the hell was that? Jesus, I've never seen somebody just laugh like that during an interview. Hello, Maya Mayar.
serious conversation?
Wait, I'm gonna use this as a thumbnail. This is gonna be the thumbnail thing. There you go. This is gonna be the thumbnail face. Jesus. I'm gonna use it somehow. I don't know how, but I'm gonna use it somehow. Hello. I haven't seen this yet. Well then, brace yourself. It's gonna be something. Okay, what's the quote, Tucker?
Here's the quote. Thank you. It's a formidable series.
Так вот, да, это серьезный разговор. Но поскольку у вас базовое образование...
Because your basic education is in history, as far as I understand.
Yes.
Basic history, I would say. I highly doubt that Tucker Carlson knows any history,
Тогда я
at least
позволю...
when it comes to this region of the world. You sure Carlson isn't secretly like Russian nobility and he's paying respects to his Tsar? Maybe.
себе
So, if you don't mind,
просто вот,
I will
ну,
take
30
only
секунд
30
или 1
seconds
минуту
or
моей
1 minute
настоящей
to give you a short reference to history for giving you a little historical background.
Please.
30 seconds to 1 minute. I heard he's gonna go like for 30 minutes about this crap.
Ну, смотрите, с чего началась
Let's look
наша
where our
отношения с
relationship with Ukraine started
Украиной?
from.
Откуда она взялась?
Where did Ukraine come from?
This is going to be really stupid, isn't it? Especially since Ukraine as a nation is a fairly young concept. How do I know this? Because nations in general are young concepts, and Ukraine is no exception to that. Polish people as a modern nation are a pretty modern thing. Lithuanians, etc.
Российское государство...
So going back so far as to learn how Ukrainians as a nation identity started, that's already tells me all I need to know.
стало
The
собираться
Russian state started gathering itself as a
это
centralized
считается
statehood,
годом создания российского государства,
and it is considered to be the year of the establishment of the Russian state.
когда
That's bullshit. That's no. One more modern.
российское государство стало
The
собираться
Russian state started gathering itself as a
это
centralized
считается
statehood,
годом создания российского государства.
and it
Here's the quote. Thank you. It's a
I'm
formidable
gonna say something to that because it's really simple to.
series.
Так вот, да, это
You only don't have a response to this if you're an idiot and don't know any history at all.
серьезный разговор. Но поскольку у вас базовое образование...
because your basic education is in history, as far as I understand.
Yes.
Yes.
Тогда я позволю себе...
So, if you don't mind,
просто вот,
I will
ну,
take
30
only
секунд
30
или 1
seconds
минуту
or
моей
1 minute to
настоящей
give you a short reference to history for giving you a little historical background.
Please.
Please.
Ну, смотрите,
Ham.
с чего
Let's
начались
look
наши
where our
отношения с
relationship with Ukraine started from.
Откуда она взялась?
Where did Ukraine come from?
Российское государство стало
The
собираться
Russian state started gathering itself as a
это
centralized
считается
statehood,
годом создания российского государства,
and it is considered to be the year of the establishment of the Russian state
когда
in
Новгород,
862.
Новгород,
That's bullshit. Because that was Kiev Rush. Rush is a separate word from Russia, Rossia, okay? And there, if it wasn't even Russia at that point, it was the Duchy of Moscow. And interestingly enough, Rush existed in Rush within the Great Duchy of Lithuania, and after that within the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. Rush existed as Rush still, okay? And then you had Russia, Rossia, as a separate entity from Rush, okay? And Rush within the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth considered itself a very, very separate entity from Rossia, okay? So saying that Rush, and I'm using Polish sort of nomenclature here because English nomenclature is a little bit confused here. Because in English you have Kiev Rush and then you have Ruswania. But in Polish you have Kiev Rush and Rush. Okay? And then you have Rossia, which is Russia. Okay? So already first sentence, first strike. First strike.
На северо-западе страны.
When
We're
the
gonna get a pushback from Tucker Carlson, whose basic education is in history. We're gonna get a thing.
townspeople of Novgorod invited a Varangian prince, Rurik, from Scandinavia to reign.
Варягов. 862 год. В 1800
In 1862, Russia celebrated the 1000th anniversary of its
Rush. Rush,
statehood.
своей государственности
not Russia. Rush.
и в Новгороде.
And in Novgorod, there is a memorial dedicated to the 1000th anniversary of the
В
country.
882 году
In 882, Rurik's successor, Prince Oleg, who was actually playing the role of regent at Rurik's younger son,
по сути
I actually heard that Poland is behind everything that's evil in history, so I want to hear that because that's gonna be fun. Poland is like the culprit of everything that's wrong with the world, apparently. So prepare yourselves.
функция регента
because Rurik had died by that time, came to
к
Kiev.
к этому времени пришел в
Kiev.
Киев, отстранил от власти двух братьев,
He
которые
ousted two
были
brothers who apparently had
членами дружины Рюрика,
once been members of Rurik's squad.
имея два центра в Киеве и в Новгороде.
So Russia began to develop with two centers of power, Kiev and Novgorod.
Следующий
Rush. First of all, again, I will keep making the correction. And second of all, this all sounds so significant to the current conflict.
очень значимая дата в истории
The
России.
next very significant date in the history of Russia was 988.
Rush.
Владимир
This was the baptism of Russia, when Prince Vladimir, the
Baptism of Rush. Of Rush. I'm sorry. Rush and Rossia are different concepts.
great-grandson of Rurik baptized Russia and adopted Orthodoxy, or Eastern Christianity.
централизованное российское государство.
From this time, the centralized Russian state began to strengthen.
Единая территория.
Why?
Единое
Because of the single territory, integrated economic ties,
один язык.
one and the same language, and, after the baptism of Russia, the same faith and rule of the prince. The centralized Russian state began to take shape.
What was the language, pray tell? What was the language?
Государств.
Back in the Middle Ages, Prince Yaroslav the Wise introduced the order of succession to a throne.
Введение престола наследия.
But after he passed away, it became complicated for various reasons.
Чуть-чуть попозже, после того, как он ушел из жизни.
This is alternative history. What if Alkhes became Russian and became old? This is the future of what if Alkhes. the end game of his content.
The throne was passed not directly from father to eldest son, but from the prince who had passed away to his brother, then to his sons in different lines.
потом сыновьям по разным линиям. Все это привело к
All this led to the fragmentation and the end of Rus as a single state.
Oh, now you said Rush. Now he said Rush. How wonderful. I guess he slipped up and said Rush instead of Russia. Wow. What a slip up to do. Interesting. Also, that fragmentation was not something special and specific to Rush. Like, that was not something specific to Rush. The Kingdom of Poland also had such fragmentization. It was called the District Division. The District Division of Poland. When Poland's king sort of gave Poland to his various children in equal proportions, and each one of them ruled his own little realm, and Poland became fragmented into separate districts or neighborhoods, if you will. So that sort of fragmentization was not so specific to Rus. It happened, it was a thing that happened in this region of the world.
Привело к раздробленности.
There was nothing special about it. The
Oh, he even says that.
same was happening then in Europe.
Но раздробленное русское государство стало легкой добычей.
But the fragmented Russian state
He looks so dumbfounded, as if he's hearing about any of this for the first time in his entire life. Why is this guy even here doing the interview? Why is this guy even here? He looks so dumbfounded. Oh no. What? I've got a double chin? You're so mean to me.
became an easy prey to the empire created earlier by Genghis Khan.
Хан Батый пришли на Русь,
His successors, namely Batu Khan, came to Rus, plundered and ruined nearly all the cities. The southern part, including Kiev, by the way, and some other cities, simply lost independence, while northern cities preserved some of their sovereignty.
в Орду. Но часть суверенитета сохранили.
They had to pay tribute to the horde, but they managed to preserve some part of their sovereignty.
Начало складываться единое российское государство.
And then a unified Russian state began to take shape with its center in Moscow.
Оно начало
The southern part of Russian lands, including
No, actually, the Duchy of Moscow was founded. Not a centralized Russian state. The Duchy of Moscow was founded.
Kiev,
тому центру, который
began to gradually gravitate towards another magnet, the center that was emerging in Europe.
Его даже называли Литовско-Русским.
This was the Grand Duchy of Lithuania.
Составляли значительную
It was even called the Lithuanian-Russian Duchy.
The Lithuanian, Dutch, and Russian. What? The Lithuanian, Russian Duchy? Russian was not a word back then. There was no Russian back then. There was Rush only.
Because Russians were a significant part of this population.
There were no Russians there. There were Ruthenians. What the fuck? What do you mean Russians were the significant? What? Oh my god, this is so stupid that I cannot even... Ruthenians are not Russians. Yes, it is true that for the longest time the main language of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania was Ruthenian. But Ruthenian and Russian are two different languages. And spoiler alert, Ruthenia and Russia are also two different places, and Ruthenians and Russians are two separate peoples. Jesus Christ, I don't even know. This is so crazy to me. This is so stupid. And I know what's coming. I know what's coming. Poland.
They spoke the old Russian language and
What do you mean the old Russian language? No, they spoke Ruthenian, which became Ukrainian.
were Orthodox.
Великое княжество Литовское.
But then there was a unification, the union of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania and the Kingdom of Poland.
Is he gonna call it an empire or something?
Уже в духовной сфере.
A few years later, another union was signed,
Священников подчинилось власти
but this time already in the religious sphere.
И таким образом вот эти земли
Some of the
оказались в
Orthodox
составе
priests became
польско-литовского
subordinate to the Pope. Thus, these lands became part of the Polish-Lithuanian state.
ополячиванием этой части населения.
Okay.
Язык внедряли туда свой.
During decades, the Poles were engaged in Polonization of this part of the population.
That's not true, actually. That is. Let's
Они
hear.
живут в Украине.
They introduced their language there, tried to entrench the idea that this population was not exactly Russians,
На окраине
that because they lived on the fringe, they were Ukrainians.
государства.
That's no. What the fuck? No. That's absolutely not true. What? Oh yeah. So okay, it was the Polish people that created the idea of Ukrainians, even though it wasn't an idea back then at all. The idea of Ukraine. Oh fuck me. Oh Jesus. He's talking about the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. Jesus Christ. No, that's not true at all. Oh. This is such... Yes, exactly. Poland created the idea of Ukraine. It was Poland that said, yeah, you live on the fringe, so you're Ukrainians, not... you're not really Russian. And where do Belarusians, poor Belarusians come into this? There were Ruthenians as well. Ruthenians separated into two languages, Ukrainian and Belarusian. Where do poor Belarusians even come into this? How are they persuaded that they're Belarusian? Also, the idea of an Ukrainian identity was born after the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth already ended. Jesus.
Понимается,
It's all Polish for... It's all Poland. Poland bad, just like Vosh.
Originally, the word Ukrainian meant that the person was living on the outskirts of the state, along the fringes, or was engaged in a border patrol service.
No. No, that's... No. What the... What? What do you mean outside of the state? What does that even mean?
It didn't mean any particular ethnic group.
поляки всячески
So the Poles were trying to,
относились
in
Those evil Poles.
every possible way, to colonize this part of the Russian lands, and
No, that's not how that worked. Actually, Ruthenian was given very free reign to exist within those lands. What happened was that people, in order to be able to participate in politics in any meaningful way, learned Polish. But everybody spoke Ruthenian at home, everybody spoke Ruthenian in every day. There was no Polonization in the sense that Russification happens, that forced people to speak Polish and tried to erase Ruthenian as a language. Well, it's sort of Lithuanian sort of split into two, Belarusian and Ukrainian.
Actually treated it rather harshly, not to say
No, it didn't. That's bullshit. Interestingly enough, Ukrainian historians say that it's bullshit, that there was no forced colonization of these lands. Okay?
cruelly. All that led to the fact that this part of the Russian lands began to struggle for their rights.
Писали
No. That is again, no. What the fuck? No, that's not correct.
письма.
They wrote letters to Warsaw demanding that their rights be observed and people be commissioned here, including to Kiev.
I beg your pardon, can you tell us what period? I'm losing track of where in history we are.
Это было-
The Polish
это
oppression
было
of
в 13
Ukraine.
веке.
Polish oppression. Oh my fucking. Oh. Oh my god. The Polish oppression of Ukraine. My head hurts. Okay.
Это было
It was in the
было в
13th century.
14 веке. Ну вот.
What do you mean in the 13th Wait. Am I... What the... What? Hold on. What the... What? Did I just hear this correctly? The 13th century begins in 1201 and ends in 1300. What the fuck? Okay, so he's speaking about the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth and the oppression of Ukraine by Polish people. And then he just said that he's talking about the 13th century.
Это было
It was in the
было в
13th century.
14
The 13th century. It was in the 13th century. You know, the period of time between 1201 and 1300. Do you know when the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth was formed? Don't look it up. Do you know when the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth was formed? In 1569. I guess the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth existed and oppressed Russians before the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth even existed. Nice. Amazing. Of course, after that period of time. Jesus. Get your basic facts. Get your basic facts correct, at least. 1569. Oh, Jesus. The 13th century. God damn it. I can't. Jesus.
веке. Ну вот, в 13 веке. Это было в 13 веке. Значит, и
Now I will tell you what happened later.
So now it's the 14th century.
дальше и назову даты, чтобы не было путаницы.
And give the
И
dates so that there is no confusion.
В 1600
And in 1654, even a bit earlier,
чуть раньше даже, люди, которые контролировали власть,
In 1654, even earlier than the 13th century. How does he. What? Is he demented? What? 16.
people who were in control of the authority over that part of the Russian lands
чтобы присылали
I can't believe this. This is literally alternative history.
к ним
addressed Warsaw, I repeat, demanding that they send them to rulers of Russian origin and Orthodox faith. When Warsaw did not answer them, and in fact rejected their demands, they turned to Moscow, so that Moscow took them away.
чтобы вы не думали, что я что-то придумал. Дим.
So that you don't think that I'm inventing things.
This is such bullshit that I don't even know where to begin. I know what he's referencing. He's referencing Bogdan Khmelnytsky and his uprising of the Cossacks, which had nothing to do with any national. The Cossacks wanted to be equal to the nobles.
I'll give you these
Я вам
documents.
отдам вот эти документы.
Well, it doesn't sound like you're inventing it. I'm not sure why it's relevant to what happened.
I mean, you are inventing it. Aren't you supposed to know your history?
2 years
Не,
ago.
но все-таки
But still,
документы из архива.
these are documents from the archives, copies.
Здесь письма Богдана
Here are the letters from Bogdan Khmelnytsky,
контролировал власть в этой
the man who then controlled the power in this part of the Russian land.
Bogdan Khmelnytsky was a Cossack. The Cossacks wanted to be made equal to the nobles, and since the nobles didn't want to make them equal, they treated them as peasants, basically. They decided, well, then we'll just leave. That is what happened.
Lands
в Варшаву.
that is now called Ukraine.
А после того, как
He wrote to
получил
Warsaw
точно
demanding that their rights be upheld.
с просьбой взять их,
And
What does
after
that mean, that their rights to be upheld?
being refused, he began to write letters to Moscow.
Which
Yeah.
she regretted very quick, by the way.
Asking to take them under the strong hand of the Moscow Tsar.
The strong hand of the Moscow Tsar.
There are copies of these documents. I will leave them for your good memory. There is a translation into Russian. You can translate it into English later.
потому что
Russia would not agree to admit them straight away, assuming that the war with Poland would start. Nevertheless, in 1654,
With Poland? There was no Poland then. There was the Polish Lithuanian.
the Pan-Russian Assembly of top clergy and landowners, headed by the Tsar,
часть древнерусских земель вошла
which
Are we
was
going to mention the famous meeting between the Cossacks and the Tsar when the Cossacks said it is customary for the leader to swear allegiance to us as well as we to swear the allegiance to the leader, and the Tsar saying that's not how it works here, and the Cossacks immediately thinking to themselves, we've made a mistake? Is that part of the story going to be... Is this going to be part of this fascinating historical lecture?
the representative body of the power of the old Russian state, decided to include a part of the old Russian lands into Moscow Kingdom.
перемирие было.
He also wrote to Transylvanian fiefdom to ask support, by the way. He also, at one point, went to the Ottoman Empire, just saying. So I guess that part of the world is Turkish in reality. I guess they're Turkish. It's not a Cossack tradition. It's how it worked in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. The king in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth basically had no power, so he swore allegiance to the subjects, as well as the subjects swore allegiance to the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth king. That is what they were referring to. When we were in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, the king swore allegiance to us. So aren't you gonna do the same? And the Tsar said, that's not how we do things here. One would suggest that it should be either Romanians or Hungarians in the what is today Ukraine. They're Turkish, true. Like, come on. This is so silly. This is what if alt hist tier.
As expected, the war with Poland began. It lasted 13 years and then
The Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. Another correction that I have to make. Just as I have to say that it wasn't Russia, but it was Russia. I'm going to use the Polish nomenclature for now. It wasn't Russia, it was Ruś. It wasn't Poland, it was the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. If you're not precise with these terms, we end up with quasi-history like this.
in
And how is that even relative? How is any of this significant to the current invasion? I still keep sort of, even if all of this was true, okay? Even if we granted that it was Russia from the start, it was Russian lands, it was Russia, Russians, Russians, but they don't identify as Russian anymore. And that's it. That would be it. Self-determination. Even if all of this wasn't bullshit, which it is, it wouldn't mean anything to the current conflict. So not only is this pointless, it's also historical bullshit. So it's hurtful on two fronts, because national identities are a modern thing, okay? So if a new Ukrainian national identity emerged and decided we're not part of Russia, then it's not. No matter what bullshit history narrative you spin, it's just not. And that's it. But the history presented here is bullshit, which also helps the case.
1954, a truce was
1954? We've jumped quite a bit, haven't we?
concluded. And 32 years later, I think, a peace treaty with Poland,
You think?
which they called Eternal Peace, was signed. And these lands, the whole left bank of Dnieper, including Kiev, went to Russia. And the whole right bank of Dnieper remained in Poland. Under the rule of Catherine the Great, Russia reclaimed all of its historical lands.
Yeah, it took part in partitions of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. Reclaimed all of its historical... Jesus. Also, that's actually bullshit as well. Even from Russia's perspective, this is bullshit. Because, believe it or not, Catherine the Great did not want to reclaim the historical lands, which is a very inconvenient thing to Putin's rhetoric. She actually didn't want to do that. She wanted the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth in its intact borders to be a vassal state to Russia. But Prussia really wanted pieces of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth because it was small. And so it's sort of, I'm giving you a very abridged version of history. Russia at the time was giving the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth sort of a guarantee of integrity of its borders. And Prussia managed to, long story short, persuade certain nobles to reject that sort of guarantee, which gave Prussia sort of a way in to enter a partitioning situation and pressured Catherine the Great to actually do it. She didn't want a partition. She wanted the whole of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth to be under the sort of jurisdiction of Russia. So she didn't even want to reclaim the historical lands, quote unquote. So there you go. We're learning some things.
including in the south and west.
Да, а вот
This all lasted until the revolution.
воспользовавшись
Before World War I,
украинизацией,
Austrian General Staff relied on the ideas of Ukrainianization and started actively promoting the ideas of Ukraine and the Ukrainianization.
That's what? I'm sorry, who?
Ideas of for World War I,
украинизацией
Austrian General Staff relied on the idea
The Austrian-Hungarian Empire, you say. Do you mean the Austrian-Hungarian Empire that when Ukrainians said they wanted what they wanted their independence, the newly formed Ukrainian nation argued with the newly formed Polish nation which lands should belong to which country? The Austrian-Hungary Empire shrugged their hands and said, look, this is a Polish internal problem. Is that the Ukrainization that you're talking about? Calling Ukrainian-Polish disputes a Polish internal affair? Hello, Straw Hat Monty. Like, is this really happening? Is that what we call Ukrainification? Cynically calling a conflict between two nations a Polish internal affair?
ideas of Ukrainianization and started actively promoting the ideas of Ukraine and the Ukrainianization.
в преддверии мировой войны, конечно, было стремление ослабить потенциал.
Their motive was obvious.
Было стремление
Just before
Before World War One.
World War I,
So like the beginning of, the 20th century.
they wanted to weaken the potential enemy and secure themselves favorable conditions in the border area. So the idea which had emerged in Poland that people residing in that territory were allegedly not really Russians, but rather belonged to a special ethnic group, Ukrainians, started being propagated by the Austrian General Staff.
которые
No, that's bullshit as well. Well, no, apparently Poland invented the Ukraine already as the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth.
говорили
As
необходимость
far back as the 19th century, theorists calling for Ukrainian independence appeared.
Yeah.
Украины.
So he's talking about like the beginning of the 20th century, right before the First World War.
Украинской независимости говорили,
All those, however, claimed that Ukraine should have a very good relationship with Russia.
настаивали. Вот.
They insisted on that.
После революции 1917 года
After the 1917 revolution,
старались восстановить
He looks so helpless here. Why is he even doing here? Like, what is he even doing here? Like, he can just fill his head with bullshit and he just sits here like a muppet and listens with a pained expression.
государственность. Развернулась гражданская
the Bolsheviks sought to restore the statehood and the civil war began, including the hostilities with Poland.
в Польше в 1921 году.
Yeah, of course he is wrong. Of course it's wrong.
По которым западные
In 1921, peace with Poland was proclaimed, and under that treaty, the
Oh, how did that happen? What happened? And why did you omit the formation of the Ukrainian People's Republic? Why did you omit the Polish-Ukrainian War? He does.
right bank of Dnieper
Sometimes he laughs.
River once again was given
Right.
back to Poland.
В 1900
It was not given back to Poland. It was. That is such butchering of history that it's incredible. It's incredible. Only Tucker Carlson could listen to this and actually believe it. Because he's an idiot and doesn't know anything. A high schooler from Poland could be a better interviewer of Putin than this guy. All you had to do is finish high school in Poland to have a better grasp on history than Tucker Carlson. What do you mean? Oh, God. This is so embarrassing. It's so embarrassing that a Polish high schooler would be better equipped to push Putin on this. Using the force on Carlson. You will listen to my... You love to listen about my alternative history.
1939
In 1939, after Poland
Oh, we've already jumped into the end of World War II. How nice.
cooperated with Hitler.
сотрудничала с Гитлером, а Польша сотрудничала.
It did collaborate with Hitler, you know? Hitler offered Poland peace and a treaty of friendship.
В архивах есть
Wait,
You
sorry,
know?
what?
Hitler offered
Гитлером, а
I'm
Польша
sorry,
сотрудничала.
what? What date are we in? 1949?
it did collaborate with Hitler, you know?
What the
Hitler,
В 1939
once again, was given back
39.
to Poland.
в 1939
In 1939, after
1939, the beginning of World War II.
Poland cooperated with Hitler,
сотрудничала
In 1939, Poland cooperated with Hitler. By what? By being invaded? Okay. In 1939, Poland cooperated with Hitler. That is definitely news to me.
с Гитлером, а Польша сотрудничала.
it did collaborate with Hitler, you know?
I don't know. Tell us more. Jesus Christ.
И
Hitler offered Poland
предлагал,
peace and a treaty of friendship.
в архивах есть, предлагал
And therefore Poland cooperated because Hitler offered stuff?
Польше
An alliance
договора
demanding in return that Poland give back to Germany the so-called Danzig corridor, which connected the bulk of Germany with East Prussia and Königsberg.
основную часть Германии с Кёнигсбергом.
How is that Poland cooperating with Nazi Germany? Germany basically giving demands to Poland. You must allow the free city of Danzig to become German. You have to allow a neutral highway to go through your territory. How is that Poland cooperating? Poland refused those demands. So how is that cooperation exactly? Cooperation is when a different country demands things of you and you say no? Is that the definition of cooperation now?
Да. И с Восточной Пруссией
After World War I, this territory was transferred to Poland, and instead of Danzig, a city of Dansk emerged.
No! What the fuck? No! That's not true at all. Before World War II, Danzig, or Gdańsk, if you will, was a free city. It was not part of Poland at all. It was a free city. It was literally a free city. This is...
и вместо
Jesus Christ. You have to be so illiterate to believe in any of this. Like, you have to depend on so much illiteracy. The Free City of Danzig was a city-state under the protection and oversight of the League of Nations between 1920 and 1939, consisting of the Baltic seaport of Danzig and nearly 200 other small localities in the surrounding areas. The polity was created on the 15th November 1920 in accordance with the terms of Article 100. If you don't know that Gdańsk or Danzig or whatever was a free city before World War II, then you really, really should not be interviewing a bullshit artist about history. So let's listen to this again.
Вместо Данцига
And instead of that,
с Восточной Пруссией
after World War I, this territory was transferred to Poland, and instead of Danzig, a city of Gdansk emerged.
So there you go. This whole history lecture is worth as much as saying that Danzig was transferred to Poland after World War I and became Gdańsk. Oh yes, the majority German population city was so transferred to Poland.
и вместо Данцига появился.
Hitler asked them to give it amicably, but they refused.
Because it wasn't in their power to do so even. It wasn't a Polish city, it was a free city. They asked Poland for the access to the city. But they couldn't give it, it was a free city.
Of course.
Still, they collaborated with Hitler and engaged together.
И вместе
So they refused. Let me get this straight. Hitler demanded things of Poland, Poland refused, but somehow they still collaborated.
занялись
In the
разделом
partitioning of Czechoslovakia.
That was in 1938, and they didn't partition it. Oh, God. I highly recommend reading Günter Grass on Danzig. How long was Danzig a free city? Between 1920 and 1939. 20 years about? A German writer. Is there a particular, are there any particular books that I can get on it from this author? Like, we might as well turn it into a positive, constructive enterprise, right? So he wrote a lot about Danzig. He could describe perfectly the multicultural nature of this pre-World War city, which he always felt a nostalgia for. Yeah. I mean, true. Like, World War II screwed up a lot of things. Let's be honest. So what book could I read from this author? What books? Okay. So he was part of the SS, but not of his own will, from what I'm seeing here. Oh, thank you, Moose Watcher. Let's see. Well, we have a whole book. On the Way from Germany to Germany. Oh, this is interesting. During the peeling of an onion, autobiography, novel. It begins with the end of his childhood in Danzig and the beginning of World War II. This is interesting. Oh no, you have not missed it. We're still in the middle of it. Meeting in Tango. I have to get some of his books. I'm ashamed that I actually not heard of this author before. No, I have. Wait, that's not true. That's not. I've heard of this book. I've heard of the. No, I know this book. I know this book. This is a very famous book. So yeah, I just didn't connect it with the author. The Tim Drum is a very famous book. Yeah, this is a famous. So yeah, this is well known. You know, there is actually a free city of Danzig government in exile which continues to exert that they were left out of the negotiation after World War II, etc. Someone said it essentially a far right org as opposed to a proper government. Okay, so I definitely know this book. Yeah, probably I do. Yeah, this is very famous. I want to read something from him about Danzig. So I might. I have to actually look through the library and see what I have, because it would be really embarrassing if I buy a book and it just turns out that I have a copy at home already, you know? That would be very, like, embarrassing, you know? So I actually have to look through. It'll take a while, but you know, I'm a pretty. Oh no, I can't tomorrow. Tomorrow is the Vietnamese New Year. Which I'm going to stream, maybe, we'll see. Should I stream the Vietnamese New Year? It's gonna be so cool. I just cannot wait. Oh, Tucker Carlson has absorbed me so much with his brilliance and what an interview. God. I'm pretty? That's not true. Did you just call me pretty? Was this a mistake? To be fair, Tucker tried to get some pertinent questions, but Putin was lying in circles around him. I don't believe that. I'm sorry, Dexmex. I don't believe that Tucker tried to do anything. There are so many people that could do a better job with the interview. A high schooler from Poland could do a better job, not to mention people that actually like dedicate their lives to doing real good journalism, you know? To actually trying to hone their craft, to actually trying to be objective, to actually try to, how to say, get to the truth, you know? Which is, at least on paper, what a journalist is supposed to do, to get to the truth, right? Not this.
May I ask you, you're making the case that Ukraine, certainly parts of Ukraine, Eastern Ukraine, is in effect Russia has been for hundreds of years. Why wouldn't you just take it when you became president 24 years ago? You have nuclear weapons, they don't. If it's actually your land, why did you wait so long?
I'll tell you. I'm coming to that. This briefing.
What the fuck? This is the question that you're gonna ask? Why didn't you do the horrible invasion before? Are you serious? Is this supposed to be an example of the pertinent questions that Tucker Carlson tried asking? Why didn't you just take what's yours earlier? I mean, I'm probably gonna be able to return on time to stream, but it's like my Vietnamese family.
Thing is coming to an end. It might be boring, but it
It's not
explains
boring.
many
I
things.
just don't know how it's relevant.
Ну, отлично, тогда мне очень
Good.
приятно, что вы так это оценили.
Good.
Спасибо большое.
I'm so
Итак,
gratified that you
Good, good. I'm so I'm so gratified that you're such an idiot and just eat up whatever I tell you. This gratifies me greatly.
appreciate that.
После,
Thank you.
I appreciate your lack of knowledge on anything. Thank you. If I actually had a person sitting in that chair that actually knew anything, then I might be in trouble. But thank you. You're here. Thank you. You've got the clout and you've got no knowledge to back it up. Thank you. You're a really, in this part of the world, we call people like you useful idiot. You look so giddy here. So sad. What a giddy look. Oh, did I do well, Daddy? Am I doing well? Do you approve?
You.
перед Второй мировой
So,
войной,
before
когда
World
Путин
War
сообщил,
II,
что
Poland
Германия
collaborated with
отказалась
Hitler,
выполнить требования
and
How? You haven't even established. How did Poland collaborate with Hitler before World War II? You have not established that.
although it did not yield to Hitler's demands, it still participated in the partitioning of Czechoslovakia together with Hitler,
That's not what happened.
as the Poles had not given the Danzig corridor to Germany and went too far, pushing Hitler to
It sort of is what happened, but it's not what happened. I'm gonna tell you that I'm not going to go into the Czechoslovakia thing. And yes, Poland did a bad thing, but it did not do it in coordination with Nazi Germany. That is 100% what I can tell you. That Poland did not do the Czechoslovakia thing in any sort of coordination with Nazi Germany. Along with Waterfeld Hess.
start World War II by attacking them. Why was it Poland against whom the war started on 1st September 1939?
Maybe because Germany's main goals were related to the East? That could be a clue as to why Poland was attacked. The main maybe you should read a book called there are millions of books about this. Read a book, Vladimir Putin. To try to figure it out, you'd have to know anything. You cannot go to an interview not knowing anything and expect the person that you interview to feed you correct and information. Because the answer to this asinine question is very simple. Oh, why didn't you invite before? Because we didn't feel the time was right. There you go. That's the answer. We just didn't feel the time was right. And later we felt the time was right. So what now? What could Tucker Carlson even respond to that if Putin simply said, we felt the time wasn't right yet to reclaim our lands. And later we felt it was. That's it. So it wasn't as smart a question as you might believe, Dexmax.
Poland turned out to be uncompromising, and Hitler had nothing to do but start implementing his plans with Poland. By the way, the USSR, I have read some archive documents, behaved behaved very
свои
honestly.
войска
By signing the Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact.
на помощь Чехословакии.
It asked Poland's permission to transit its troops through the Polish territory to help Czechoslovakia.
Было сказано, что если
Yeah, that was very honest of the USSR. The USSR, which tried to invade and conquer Poland before, the Vistula Miracle 1921-ish, and then asked to be able to put its forces inside of Poland, which Poland knew that they would definitely not leave. And can I just remind you about the special Polish operation in the 30s in the USSR, when the USSR killed about 200,000 Polish people? Was Poland supposed to trust the USSR after that, after the special Polish operation? Was that supposed to be a thing that happened after killing 200,000 Polish people in the USSR? Just trust us to march our troops into your territory? Was that the plan?
даже Советский Союз
Very honest.
The then Polish foreign minister said that if the Soviet planes flew over Poland, they would be downed over the territory of Poland.
война началась,
But that
и
doesn't
теперь
matter.
уже сама
What matters
Польша
is that the
стала
war
жертвой
began,
той
and
политики,
Poland
которую
fell prey to the
проводила наша
policies it had pursued against Czechoslovakia, as under the well-known Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. Part of the territory, including western Ukraine, was to be given to Russia. Thus, Russia, which was then named the USSR, regained its historical lands.
How was Vilnius of Lithuania part of Russia's historical lands? Can you explain that one to me, please, Vladimir Putin?
After the victory in the Great Patriotic War, as we call World War II, all those territories were ultimately enshrined as belonging to Russia, to the USSR.
При этой компенсации, так надо полагать,
As for Poland, it received, apparently in compensation, the
Apparently.
lands which had originally been German.
But Lviv, for example, was Polish, so how do you square that circle? That Lviv had a majority Polish population and the USSR just deported all the Polish people out of Lviv. How do you explain that? How do you explain that the Vilnius was a majority Polish city and also that the USSR expelled, threw out
восточную часть
The eastern parts of Germany,
земли.
these are now western lands of Poland.
Сегодня. Ну, естественно, и опять вернули.
Of course, Poland regained access to the Baltic Sea and Danzig,
Вернули Данциг, который опять стал называться.
which was once again given its Polish name.
because Danzig after the war was not majority German anymore.
Вот таким образом сложилось.
So this was how this situation
При
developed.
формировании Советского Союза, это уже 1900
In
What? Tucker Carlson doesn't even know World War II history now?
1922, when the USSR was being established,
большевики начали формировать СССР.
I like how he skirted through the whole Holodomor business. I like that. I like how he just skirted through the whole Holodomor thing. I just love it. Love it. Love it hardcore. Okay, so what people have to understand that settlement structures of various people were not like in Civilization or computer strategy game. Yes. Thank you. Especially since those nation states emerged from multinational, multicultural countries. So the settlement structures were very complicated and they led to very complicated territorial disputes between the newly formed nation states. you know? Because there were mixed people living all over the place, as in people of various ethnical or national backgrounds. So it was complicated, you know? People lived all over the place of various nationalities because there was no such thing before the emergence of the nation state. So people just lived all over the place in Europe. You had Germans basically everywhere. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and you had many cities when you heard a whole mosaic of languages on the street when you were. Like there were cities when you heard Lithuanian, Polish, German, Yiddish. It was all like, you know, no, it was normal to hear many different languages when you were out on the town. Oh yeah, the German Empire did dispatch Lenin. That's true. That's actually true. So in Hungary, Buda Castle at one point was dominantly German speakers. Had been an important part of Hungarian kingdom as one of the central. Yeah, like this is what happens when you try once again to take a nation-state concept and to sort of do this projection into the past and try to pretend that everything was always neatly divided into nations that just naturally led to nation states and it was all good. Like as if all the ethnic cleansings that happened due to the formation of nation states did not happen. You know? Oh, you lived here for what? You lived here for hundreds of years? Well, you're foreigners now because you're part of that other nation now because they formed and we decided that you're actually not part of this country anymore. You're part of that other nation that just formed somewhere else. So we have to kick you out, which is what happened all over Europe, by the way. Jesus. What to even say here? Not to even mention that none of it is relevant to the current war in Ukraine. None of it. So we can nitpick the history and the misunderstanding of basic concepts of nationality, how it formed, and how, as Karasu said, that the settlement structure of various peoples were pretty complicated. We can talk about all that, and it is interesting, but it ultimately has nothing to do with the current war. Nothing.
Bolsheviks started building the USSR and established the Soviet Ukraine, which had never existed before.
Right.
What? Is he trying to... Where? Is he trying to say that the Soviet Ukraine was established after World War II?
Ukraine, which had... The Bolsheviks started building when the USSR was being established.
Oh, when it was being established. I guess the Ukrainians People's Republic is just gonna be skirted over. That was nothing. The Polish-Ukrainian War totally did not happen, and the taking over of the People's Ukrainian Republic was totally not a thing. And the book that I have here somewhere about it is totally false. Sure. Mm-hmm.
The Bolsheviks started building the USSR and established the Soviet Ukraine, which had never existed before.
Right.
I mean, yeah, I can agree with... This is the first thing that I'm going to agree with, okay? Soviet Ukraine did not exist ever before the formation of the Soviet Union. You're right. Before the Soviet Union, no Soviet Ukraine existed ever before. Correct. The first correct statement of this whole interview. Thank you. But it's irrelevant because Ukraine existed.
Stalin insisted that those republics be included in the USSR as autonomous entities. For some inexplicable reason, Lenin, the founder of the Soviet state, insisted that they be entitled to withdraw from the USSR.
наделил
And
образующуюся
again, for some unknown reasons, he transferred to that newly established Soviet Republic of Ukraine some of the lands together with people living there, even though those lands had never been called Ukraine, and yet they were made part of that Soviet Republic of Ukraine. Those lands included the Black Sea region, which was received under Catherine the Great, and which had no historical connection with Ukraine whatsoever.
Well, Crimea, for that matter, was just conquered and subjugated, so it also has no real historical ties to Russia. No. Tucker Carlson speaks English. He has a translator. So the answer is no.
Even if we go as far back as 1654, when these lands returned to Russian Empire, that territory was the size of 3 to 4 regions of modern Ukraine, with no Black Sea region. That was completely out of the
In
question.
1654.
Exactly.
You obviously have encyclopedic knowledge of this region, but why didn't you make this case?
No, he doesn't. He does not have an encyclopedic knowledge of this region. Yes, Crimea was an independent place for a long time, and very multicultural as well, for that matter. And there are many different peoples living in Crimea as well, of course. Tatars among them, but there were many other peoples that lived in Crimea, which, of course, once Russia dominated Crimea, it, of course, did what it does best, which is ethnic cleansing of various peoples of Crimea. The Greeks were taken to Mariupol, interesting enough. Yeah, there are live interpreters. Yeah, he does have an encyclopedic knowledge of his fan fiction. This is...
Case for the first 22 years as president that
Well, ethnic cleansing is not necessarily genocide, but...
Ukraine wasn't a real country.
Да. Итак, значит, Советская Украина получила
The Soviet Union was given a great deal of territory that had never belonged to it, including the Black Sea region.
когда Россия их получила в результате
At some point, when Russia received them as an outcome of the Russo-Turkish Wars,
Белоруссии.
they were called New Russia or Novorossiya.
Ленин основатель
But that does not matter. What matters is that
It sort of matters a great deal if you're trying to say that Crimea is historically Russian, don't you think? You just said it. You said that there is no historical link to these lands.
Lenin, the founder
I mean, they have earpieces. Like, he has an earpiece. And the earpiece probably feeds him the translation.
of the Soviet state
И вот это все
established Ukraine that way.
десятилетия в составе СССР
For decades, the Ukrainian Soviet Republic developed as part of the USSR,
по непонятным причинам занимались
and for unknown
Yeah.
reasons again,
Probably, yeah.
the Bolsheviks were engaged in Ukrainianization. It was not merely because the Soviet
Okay, I have
leadership
to
was
listen to this again.
причинам занимались
Soviet Republic, the Ukraine that way.
десятилетия в составе СССР
For decades, the Ukrainian Soviet Republic developed as part of the USSR,
по непонятным причинам занимались
and for unknown reasons again, the Bolsheviks were engaged in Ukrainianization.
No, that's bullshit again. We're gonna scare it again. We're gonna ignore the Ukrainian hunger of the 20s because of the war economy. We're gonna ignore that. Like, Lenin did sort of like a lessening of the policy against Ukraine, allowing Ukrainian sort of culture to flourish for a little bit. But that was because Ukrainians were basically starved. Because as it turns out, the Holodomor was not the only time when the USSR decided that the Ukrainian people need to starve. That all started in the 20s with the USSR war economy. So the whole loosening of policy by Lenin is what Putin calls here Ukrainification, which is just read a book, any book, by a proper historian, not by a Putin historian.
It was not merely because the Soviet leadership was composed to a great extent of those originating from Ukraine. Rather, it was explained by the general policy of indigenization pursued by the Soviet Union. Same things were done in other Soviet republics. This involved promoting national languages and national cultures, which is not a bad in principle. That is how the Soviet Ukraine was created. After the World War II, Ukraine received, in addition to the lands that had belonged to Poland before the war, part of the lands that had previously...
Ukrainians wanted independence during the partitions, okay? They wanted already independence during the partitions, just like Polish people. Like, are we gonna really ignore that? That Polish people and Ukrainians bickered over which territory should go to which nation during the partition period? How is Soviet Ukraine forming relevant to the Ukrainian national claim at all? It's not. The answer is it's not. It's just irrelevant.
belonged to Hungary and Romania. So Romania and Hungary had some of their lands taken away and given to the Soviet Ukraine,
Oh,
and they still remain
I
part
still
of
forgot to
Ukraine.
take
So
that
in this
hormone.
sense, we have every reason to affirm that Ukraine is an
I think it
artificial...
makes me so angry that I forget to take my hormones or something. Whatever. Hormones taken.
state that was shaped at Stalin's will.
Do you believe Hungary has a right to take its land back from Ukraine and that other nations have a right to go back to their 1654 borders?
1654. Well, you'd have to agree to a re-establishment of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. So that's not really a good. That's not really a good question for Putin. Let me see. 1654. 1654. Oof. How did it look? How did the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth look like in 1964? Let's see. Oh! You know what? Yeah, let's all go back to the borders from 1964. I agree. Well, yeah, let's do that. Sure.
Ну, я не знаю, как границам...
I'm not sure whether they should go back to the 1654 borders.
Russia would not be happy with the 1964 borders. That's I can tell you that for sure. I'm not sure. Yeah, but the far right Hungarian, certain far right Hungarian parties actually do call for getting their territories back. They call it a betrayal, this treaty, or something. There were certain. We're gonna cover. I'm not sure I want to cover the whole interview. Like, it's just drivel.
Считают, что...
How long have we been correcting the history here now? I've been correcting the history for an hour. Yeah, I know that's the beauty of it, but unfortunately, and that is a thing that we must recognize, sort of. We have to we have to recognize that when it comes to certain takeovers in power, it doesn't usually happen through a majority popular support. Like the taking over of power can happen through pretty extreme minorities, if that makes sense. So I think it is worth sort of keeping an eye on that very extreme minority, if that makes sense, and what it says and what it does. I mean, it even did inform some of Orban's policy that he wanted to appease some of that minority. So it wasn't completely without, like, impact. So I guess in that sense it did some bad, no? "90 minutes, I think it's worth breaking down."
But given Stalin's time, so-called Stalin's regime, which as
So-called Stalin's regime, so the so-called Holodomor. Not really? Oh, I will trust you on this. You're the expert on Orban and Hungary, so I'm not even gonna try to dispute you on that. The so-called Stalin's regime. I think the idea that they're in any risk of entails. Oh no! I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that it informs certain moves by Orban, not necessarily to get back territory, but sort of to, like, for example, do certain symbolic gestures that sort of, oh yes, that was not good, if you know what I mean. That's not good, and so we must not give too much aid to Ukraine militarily or something. It can always be used like that or something. Okay, let's go. The so-called Stalin regime, the so-called Holodomor.
as many claim, saw numerous violations of human rights and violations of the rights of other states.
Many claim, but we all know that's false. Stalin never did anything wrong.
То в этом смысле, конечно, вполне можно, если не говорить о том, что они имеют на это право.
Jesus, why does he look so...
One may say that they could claim back those lands of theirs while having no right to do that. It is at least understandable.
Look, we have to admit that there is all around in our neighbors important sections of Hungarian speakers, mostly in Slovakia, Romania, Ukraine, and Serbia. How many Hungary speakers are there in Poland? There is a saying that Poland, that the Polish person and the Hungarian are brothers, sort of. There is this saying about Hungarians and Polish having very close ties.
Have you told Viktor Orban that he can have part of Ukraine?
Or cousins? Was it cousins? What's some family thing? What did he ask?
Orban that he can have
Right to do that. It is at least understandable.
Have you told Viktor Orban that
Right, yeah. I mean, Poland also was part of the Austro-Hungarian Empire.
He can have part of Ukraine?
Никогда не говорил.
Never. I have never told him, not a single time.
У нас с ним даже на этот счет не было никаких разговоров. Но мне достоверно
We have not even had any conversation on that, but I actually know for sure that Hungarians who live there
они, конечно, хотят вернуться на свою историю.
wanted to get back to their historical land.
Интересную историю. Отвлекусь.
How do you know? How do you figure that?
Moreover, I would like to share a very interesting story with you.
Значит, где-то в начале
I digress, it's a personal one.
из,
Somewhere in the early 80s, I went on a road trip in a car from then Leningrad across the Soviet Union through Kiev,
выехал
made a stop in Kiev, and then went to western Ukraine.
название.
I went to the town of Beregovoye, and all the names of towns and villages there were in Russian and in a language I did not understand, in Hungarian, in Russian and in Hungarian,
Возле
not in Ukrainian, in Russian and in Hungarian.
He said they never discussed Hungary getting back a piece of Ukraine.
I was driving through some kind of village, and there were men sitting next to the houses, and they were wearing black three-piece suits and black cylinder hats. I asked, are they some kind of entertainers? I was told, no, they were not entertainers, they're Hungarians. I said, what are they doing here? What do you mean? This is their land, they live here. This was during the Soviet time in the 1980s. They preserved the Hungarian language, Hungarian names, and all their national costumes. They are Hungarians and they feel themselves to be Hungarians.
Okay.
And of course, when now there is an infringement,
Well, that is, and there's a lot of that, though. I think many nations are upset about Transylvania as well, as you obviously know. But many nations feel frustrated by the redrawn borders of the wars of the 20th century and wars going back 1,000 years, the ones that you mentioned. But the fact is that you didn't make this case in public until 2 years ago, February. And in the case that you made, which
One reason we had no Ukrainian there because no one issue of the Hungarian speakers in Ukraine that they don't really spoke Ukraine. Right.
I read today,
Сейчас скажу.
you explain at great length that you felt a physical threat from the West in NATO, including potentially a nuclear threat, and that's what got you to move. Is that a fair characterization of what you said?
Я понимаю, что поскольку мои длинные диалоги, они
I understand that my long speeches probably fall outside of the genre of the interview.
It's full of bullshit, just like the speech before invasion.
That is why I asked you at the beginning, are we going to have a serious talk or a show?
Так что не обижайтесь.
Several experts on this sort of part of the world who are journalists have asked him for a serious interview. But he only magically agreed to an interview from a hack like Huckster Carlson. Sure. Putin really wanted a serious conversation.
You said a serious talk,
Ну так вот.
so bear with me,
подошли
please.
к тому моменту, когда
Yeah, but the thing is, Poland. Never mind. This is so silly.
We're coming to the point where the Soviet Ukraine was established. Then, in 1991, the Soviet Union collapsed, and everything that Russia had generously bestowed on Ukraine was dragged away by the latter. I'm coming to a very important point of today's agenda.
Yeah. Also, Russia ratified and agreed to those borders, so it wasn't exactly dragged away, was it?
Thank you.
After all, the collapse of the Soviet Union was effectively initiated by the Russian leadership. I do not understand what the Russian leadership was guided by at the time, but I suspect there were several reasons to think everything would be fine.
Первое. Ну, во-первых, я думаю, что руководство России исходило из того, что
First,
фундаментальные
I think that then Russian leadership believed that the fundamentals of the relationship between Russia and Ukraine were, in fact, a common language. More than 90% of the population there spoke Russian.
у каждого третьего какие-то родственные связи.
Families
Are we really going to skirt past the Russification of these lands by the Russian Never mind. This is so stupid. Russia Russifies everything. Russia Russifies everywhere it goes, okay? I'm about to give you a really weird anecdote that you're not going to hear anywhere else, okay? But it's really relevant to the whole Russia thing, language, etc. There's a coastal city, which is a tourist city in Vietnam, and it's called Nha Trang, okay? It's by the sea. It's a pretty nice city. And it has a nickname. Okay? Do you know what the nickname of Nha Trang is? Or was when I was last in Vietnam? It is called Russia Town. Because it's been basically so full of Russian tourists that all the signs on the shops were turned to Russian. All the restaurants basically turned their restaurants to appease to the Russian taste, which basically meant that the food became almost inedible. And the city was at the time full of Russians. So the question I pose to Putin is, should Nha Trang become part of Russia by that token? Protect the Vietnamese, the Nha Trang Russian speakers, and create an autonomous zone of Nha Trang in Vietnam, the Russian zone. Like, come on.
size. Every third person there had
Yeah, but Russians are very aggressive about this. Very, very aggressive.
some kind of family or friendship ties, common culture, common history, finally, common faith, coexistence with a single state for centuries, and
For centuries? Well, that's bullshit.
deeply interconnected economies.
Экономика очень сильно взаимосвязана.
All of these were so fundamental. All these elements together make our good relationships inevitable.
Я хочу, чтобы вы, как американские гражданины, чтобы
The
That's why we had to invade and now we have to genocide Ukraine. Thank you, Tucker Carlson. Thank you for your attention.
Second point is a very important one.
прежнее российское руководство
I want you, as an American citizen, and your viewers to hear about this as well.
Больше никаких разделений.
Yeah, listen to my pseudo history.
The former Russian leadership assumed that the Soviet Union had ceased to exist, and therefore
Like there's even a huge problem with, and this is actually a thing that is discussed a lot within the Jewish community, the problem of the aggressiveness of the Russian Jewish diaspora. Yeah, it was a thing in Poland. Do you mean during pre-89? Yeah, of course. Russian was a mandatory language in Poland pre-89. It was so mandatory that basically my mom's generation, they all spoke Russian. Like basically everyone from my mom's generation spoke Russian. And then after 89, Russian was so hated that nobody wanted to speak it. Nobody wanted to learn Russian anymore after it sort of got free from the Eastern Bloc thing. So basically everybody spoke it in my mom's generation, but when the Soviet bloc collapsed, nobody wanted to learn it anymore. Yeah, it was a thing. Like, yeah, I even asked my mom. She said it was mandatory to learn Russian. Russian was mandatory, yeah.
there were no longer any
I think, interestingly enough, after the fall of the Eastern Bloc, in Polish at least, English sort of became the more popular language to learn, as opposed to, well, popular. Russian was mandatory, but what I mean is that the amount of English speakers sort of became bigger than Russian speakers. Yeah.
ideological dividing lines.
Инициативно пошла даже на развал Советского Союза.
Russia even agreed voluntarily and proactively to the collapse of the Soviet
Так
Union
называемым
and believed that this would be understood by the so-called civilized West as an invitation for cooperation and
вот чего
association.
ожидала Россия.
That is what Russia was
That's true.
expecting, both from the United States and the so-called collective West as a whole.
В том числе и в Германии. Эгон Барр.
There were smart people, including in Germany, Egon Bahr, a major political
Wow. It is so great to be Russian's partner, by the way. It is so great to be Russian's sibling. Look at Belarus, when just recently Lukashenko has enshrined into law that the military can just shoot its citizens. What a wonderful prospect to be like a partner of Russia. How lovely. Ukraine should have been exactly like Belarus. And its military should be able to shoot citizens without legal repercussions. That would be lovely.
politician of the Social Democratic Party, who insisted in his personal conversations with the Soviet leadership on the brink of the collapse of the Soviet Union that a new security company, but a new system should be also established to include the United States,
I really love how the Soviet Union, by the way, after World War II, generously forbade Poland from taking part in the Marshall Plan or from taking any reparations from Germany, because that would, God forbid, maybe make Poland a bit too strong and independent from the USSR. Yeah, of course. Of course. Yeah.
Canada, Russia, and other Central European countries.
Yes.
But NATO needs not to expand. That's what he said. If NATO expands, everything would be just the same as during the Cold War, only closer to Russia's borders. That's all. He was a wise old man, but no one listened to him. In fact, he got angry once. If, he said, you don't listen to me, I'm never setting my foot in Moscow once again. Everything happened just as he had said.
Well, of course, it did come true. And
Of course, yeah, it did. Like, interestingly enough, the whole NATO excuse was bullshit in the past. Again, I refer you to the invasion of Czechoslovakia by the Warsaw Pact, and it's bullshit once again now.
And you've mentioned this many times. I think it's a fair point. And many in America.
No, it's not a fair point. It's a bullshit point. You just need basic knowledge about this topic to know that it's not a good point.
America thought that relations between Russia and the United States would be fine with the collapse of the Soviet Union and the end of the Cold War, that the opposite happened. But you've never explained why you think that happened, except to say that the West fears a strong Russia, but we have a strong China the West does not seem very afraid of. What about Russia?
I mean, that is questionable, actually, considering the Taiwan situation, but that's neither here nor there.
You think convinced policymakers they had to take it down?
Запад боится сильного Китая больше, чем сильной России.
The West is afraid of strong China more than it fears a strong Russia, because Russia has 150 million people and China has 1.5 billion population, and its economy is growing by leaps and bounds, or 5% a year. It used to be even more. But that's enough for China. As Bismarck once put it, potentials are the most important. China's potential is enormous. It is the biggest economy in the world today in terms of purchasing power parity and the size of the economy. It has already overtaken the United States quite a long time ago, and it is growing at a rapid clip. Let's not talk about who is afraid of whom. Let's not reason in such terms. And let's get into the fact that after 1991, when Russia expected that...
And let's go back to the fact that actually everything's Russia. Lithuania was Russia, and Poland just Polonized all of Russia. Okay, sure.
Would be welcomed into the brotherly family of civilized nations. Nothing like this happened. You tricked us. I don't mean you personally when I say you. Of course, I'm talking about the United States. The promise was that NATO would not expand eastward, but it happened 5 times. There were 5 waves of expansion.
I wonder why. I wonder why Poland, for example, would want to enter NATO when next to Russia. I wonder why. What a conundrum. Why would countries near Russia, the historically hungry for conquest country, want to enter a military pact of defense? Damn. It must be just to piss off Russia.
Tolerated all that. We were trying to persuade them. We were saying, please don't. We are as bourgeois now as you are. We are market economy and there's no communist party power. Let's negotiate.
Oh my God. NATO was not made as an anti-communist party alliance. It was made by as a defense alliance against the USSR's imperial ambitions of conquest. Don't bullshit me like that. Poland entered NATO in order to not be in a risk of what's happening in Ukraine right now. Gorbachev agreed that it is the unified Germany's right to decide to which military alliance it wants to belong. True. This is such bullshit.
Moreover, I have also said this publicly before. There was a moment when a certain rift started growing between us. Before that, Yeltsin came to the United States. Remember, he spoke in Congress and said the good words. God bless America. Everything he said were signals. Let us in. Remember the developments in Yugoslavia before the Yeltsin was lavished with praise? As soon as the developments in Yugoslavia started, he raised his voice in support of Serbs, and we couldn't but raise our voices for Serbs in their defense. I understand that there were complex processes underway there, I do, but Russia could not help raising its voice in support of Serbs, because Serbs are also a special and close to us nation, with Orthodox culture and so on. It's a nation that has suffered so much for generations. Well, regardless, what is important is that Yeltsin expressed his support. What did the United States do? In violation of international law and the UN Charter, it started bombing Belgrade. It was the United States that let the genie out of the bottle. Moreover, when Russia protested and expressed its resentment, what was said? The UN Charter and international law have become obsolete. Now everyone invokes international law, but at that time they started saying that everything was outdated. Everything had to be changed. Indeed, some things need to be changed, as the balance
Yes, we need Ukraine. So nope, there was not a disagreement there to extend NATO eastwards. There was a Soviet.
of power has changed, it's true, but not in this manner. Yeltsin was immediately dragged through the mud, accused of alcoholism, of understanding nothing, of knowing nothing.
Ну хорошо.
He understood everything, I assure you. Well,
Думаю, ладно, все.
I became president in 2000. I thought, okay, the Yugoslav issue is over, but
Yeah.
we should try to restore relations.
Которую Россия.
Let's reopen the door that Russia had tried to go through.
Больше того,
And moreover, I said it publicly, I can reiterate.
в Кремле с уходящим от власти Биллом
At a meeting here in the Kremlin with the outgoing President Bill Clinton, right here in the next room, I said to him, I asked him,
если бы Россия поставила вопрос о вступлении в НАТО,
Bill, do you think if
Bill.
Russia asked to join NATO, do you think it would happen?
вдруг он сказал,
There was a huge fear that the war spreads.
ты знаешь, это интересно.
Suddenly he said, you know, it's interesting. I think so.
Встретились уже на
But
ужин,
in the evening, when we met for dinner,
разговаривал со своей
he said, you know, I've talked to my team. No, it's not possible now.
Можете спросить у него? Да, я думаю, наши.
You can ask him. I think he will watch our interview, he'll
Никогда не
confirm it.
столчу подобного
I
говорить,
wouldn't
если
have
этого
said
нет.
anything like that if it hadn't
Сейчас
happened.
невозможно.
Okay,
Were you
well, it's
sincere?
impossible now.
Lovely. The KGB. I really believe the KGB gone.
Would you have joined NATO?
Послушайте,
Look, I asked the question, is it possible or not? And the answer I got was no. If I was insincere in my desire to find out what the leadership position was,
But if he had said yes, would you have joined NATO?
если бы он
if he had said yes, the process of rapprochement would have commenced, and eventually it might have happened if we had seen some sincere wish on the other side of our partners. But it didn't happen. Well, no means no. Okay,
давайте будем
fine.
Why do you think that is? Just to get to motive, I know you're clearly bitter about it. I understand. But why do you think the West rebuffed you then? Why the hostility? Why did the end of the Cold War not
Because they all just
fix
hate
the
Russia and
relationship?
Russians.
What motivates
That's
this from
why.
your point of view?
Вы сказали, что
You said I was bitter about the answer. No, it's not bitterness. It's just a statement of fact. We're not bride and groom, bitterness, resentment. It's not about those kind of matters in such circumstances. We just realized we weren't welcome there, that's all. Okay, fine. But let's build relations in another manner. Let's work for common
Through invasion. Through invasions and taking over places.
ground elsewhere. Why we received such a negative response, you should ask your leaders. I can only guess why. Too big a country with its own opinion and so on.
Oh,
And the United States, I've seen how issues are being resolved in NATO.
Ну, я же видел, как решают.
I will give you another example now concerning
Еще
Ukraine.
один из примеров сейчас приведу, касающийся
The
Ukraine.
US leadership exerts
I know.
pressure, and all NATO members obediently vote,
послушно голосуют. Даже
Okay.
если им ничего
even
не
if they do
нравится.
not like
Сейчас
something.
я скажу в этой связи, что происходило с Украиной.
Now, I'll tell you what happened in this regard with Ukraine in 2008, although it's being discussed. I'm not going to open a secret to you, say
Мы пытались
anything new.
по-разному выстроить отношения.
Nevertheless, after that, we tried to build relations in different ways.
События
For
были
example,
на
the events in the Middle East, in Iraq.
Мы
We
очень
were building relations with the United States in a very soft, prudent, cautious manner. I repeatedly raised the issue that the United States should not support separatism or terrorism in the North
на
Caucasus,
Северном Кавказе,
yes.
но все равно продолжали это делать.
but they continue to do it anyway.
Политическая
And political
поддержка,
support,
информационная
information
поддержка,
support, financial
финансовая
support,
поддержка, даже
even
военная
military support came from the United States and its satellites for terrorist groups in the Caucasus.
политические формирования в
I once raised this issue with my colleague, also the President of the United States. He says, it's impossible. Do you have proof? I said, yes. I was prepared for this conversation, and I gave him that proof. He looked at it, and you know what
Was
he
it the same proof like when you tried to establish that everything was historically Russian?
said? I apologize, but that's what happened. I'll quote. He says, "Well, I'm gonna kick their ass." We waited and waited for some response. There was no reply. I said to the FSB director, "Write to the CIA, what is the result of the conversation with President?" He wrote once, twice, and then we got a reply. We have the answer in the archive. The CIA replied, "We have been working with the opposition in Russia. We believe that this is the right thing to do, and we will keep on doing it." Just ridiculous.
Wait, what happened? Was I what? Whoa. Damn. We got nuked. Damn. Jesus. Lovely. Jesus. Maybe I should have interrupted it more. Wait, it's back? But I didn't restart it. How is it back? Wait. Hold on. What happened? It's back? What? Wait, hold. What? What do you mean it's back? Do we get a... What the... What is going on? Okay, I'm... What? I only have the warning. I've only got the warning. So what happened?
Eyes.
Oh, Jesus. What happened?
В качестве отправной
Oh, Jim, thank you for this. The warning is from my talk from 1 year ago. I've only got one warning, and that warning is from 1 year ago. Yeah, I've only got one warning for a conversation I had 1 year ago, or even more at this point. This with NATO stuff is just not true. NATO quite often are disagreements. So Afghanistan was there. NATO members were pulled into the US, said the 9/11 attack had come from the, yeah. Jesus. I mean, I tried watching that whole thing, that whole. Also, just for your information, even the Russians considered this interview to be a flop. Okay, so do we watch this? Do we continue watching this, and do we even continue watching this? Chat, vote if we even continue watching this. The stream was nuked, but it came back. Do we even continue with this interview at this point? Or do we play a video game? Decide. Decide now. Do something else? Probably not. Jesus. Okay. I guess I'll just make that segment from the historical part that I criticized. That was okay. VG. Video game. Okay, we're just gonna play a video game. I'm done. I'm done with you, Putin. I've criticized the history, so gee. Oh gee. Oh gee. I can't even criticize Putin anymore. Ah gee. There's nothing more to be said concerning this revisionist nonsense, and other channels have been strike covering it. Wait! What channels have been strike covering this? What channels received a strike covering this? Can you tell me? What other channels received a strike by covering this? Can you name them? Oh yeah, yeah. I want to cover Hungary as well. Interesting. Is it safe if we make a segment of the historical part that I've criticized? Is that even safe for us to do? Oh, video game. Oh, wait. Where is it? Why isn't it working? What the hell's wrong? Is it? Oh, Jesus. 5-hour video? What 5-hour video? What are you talking about? What do you mean? Jesus. Okay, let me mute tab. What is happening even? Oh, Jesus. Five hours. Oh my God.
Oh, Barry!
$7, just in case you can make any content off of it. Thank you. Yeah, I saw it. Okay, I don't need to cover it for 5 hours, okay? I'm fine with the history bit that I've covered. Oh, man. Freaking down. Thank you, thank you. New game. Taking a break from this.
天候を見つるところに我はあり黄泉の門開くところに汝あり見てよ神の怒
Oh
り
wow. The angry bird.
これで最後だ
The end. The wrath of the heavens. That's right, I'll be translating. I'll be an interpreter of this game. Ay ay ay. Because this game was never translated. It's a full voiced edition, so I don't have to worry about not being able to read. Oh my god. It's so neat. You? Why are you here? Stop! True.
これで
And so,
私の家に代々続いた使命も終わりか
the duty bestowed upon my house has finally come to an end.
そして十数年の月日が流れた
Since then, 10 long years have passed. I'm a super interpreter.
こんにちは、トリスタン
Good
師匠
morning, Master Tristan.
お久しぶりです。
It's been a while.
おお、クレスか。
Oh, it is in class.
久しぶりじゃの。
Indeed, it has been long.
クレス
Class.
何、父さん。
What is it, father?
母さんの具合の方はどうだ
How is your mother's health?
熱も下がったみたいだし、もう大丈夫だと思うよ。
Her fever has lowered, and I think everything's going to be fine.
実はなクレス
The truth is, class,
お前にやったペンダントについて話が
I would like to talk to you about the pendant that I have given you.
ペンダント？
Pendant?
ああ、 15歳の誕生日の時にもらったペンダントのこと。
Are you talking about the one that you gave me on my 15th birthday?
あの時父さんに言われた通り大切に持ってるよ。
I've been keeping it safe like you asked me to ever since then.
あれはどうしたの？
What happened?
それじゃ狩りに行ってくれよ。
Well, we're going hunting.
気をつけてねお兄ち
Be
ゃん。
careful, big brother.
ああ、留守番頼むぞ。
Yes, I leave the house to you.
お兄ちゃん、クレシさんに渡したいものがあるって伝えてほしいんだけど。
Can you please tell Klez that I have something to give him?
ああ、わかったよ。
I get it. I'll do it.
いってらっしゃい。
I don't know how to translate this correctly. See ya.
おい、クレス、行くぞ。
We're going, Klez.
あの声はチェスターか
Is that voice Chester?
あ、父さんごめん。
Oh, sorry, father.
今日はチェスターと
I
約束
made
し
a
てたんだ。
promise with Chester today.
ああペンダント
Oh,
のことは夕
we
食の
can
時に
talk about
話
the
そう
pendants during supper.
はい、
Yes.
トリスタン師匠、ゆっくりしていってください。
Please take care of yourself, Master Tristan. It's a famous game for having skits.
悪い悪い。待たせた
Sorry,
な。
sorry. I've made you wait.
気にするなよ。
Don't worry about
そ
it.
れより誰か来てるのか？
Did something? Did
みんなの
someone
声が
come?
いつにも増して気合入ってるように聞こえるけど。
Everybody was more noisy than usual.
ああ、
Yes,
師匠が来てるんだ。
my master is here.
師匠ってトリスタンとかいうじいさんか？
Are you talking about the old man called Tristan?
あんまりすごい人には見えない
He
けどな。
doesn't feel like such an amazing person.
昔、父さんは師匠
He
に
used
厳しく剣の
to-
手ほどきを受けたという話だけど。
I've heard that he used to put my father through harsh training.
クレス、
Class.
母さん、まだ
Mother
病み上がりなんだから外に出ちゃダメだよ。
Mother, you're still ill and you shouldn't be outside.
でもお前が心配でね。
But I'm worried about you.
怪我しないように気をつけなさいよ。
Please be careful not to get wounded during your hunting.
分かってる。
I understand.
チェスターの弓と僕の剣があれば大丈夫さ。
Between my sword and Chester's bow, everything's going to be okay.
おばさん、心配しないで。
Don't worry, Auntie.
山ほど獲物を買ってくるから。
We're gonna bring super much of the hunted animal.
わかったわ。
I understand.
でもくれぐれも無理はしないでね。
But do not do anything reckless.
はい。これを持っていきなさい。
Take this and go.
それじゃ、そろそろ出か
Well
けようぜ。
then, we're going.
あ、そうしよ
Yeah, let's do that.
う。そうだ、忘れてた。
Oh, I forgot.
アミーがお前に
Ami has something to give to you. Chester! Kete! Hi. We're going.
クレスよー
Bess!
師匠、お帰りですか？
Master, you returning?
実はな
The truth
先
is,
ほど見知らぬ者が来て急に呼び出されたんだ
some shady people suddenly called me over all of a sudden.
何の用事か告げもせぬ
I don't get what they want.
まったくブサゴムンじゃ
Such a pain in the ass.
恩師はどこへ行くん
Where
だ
are you going?
南の森までイノシシ狩りに行
We're
ってくるん
going
です。
to the southern forest to hunt for boars.
そうか
I see.
精進せえよ
Good luck with that. There you go. Games like that are good for learning languages.
随分と張り切ってるな。
You're pretty
それに
hyped.
お前だって気合入ってるじゃないか。
You're pretty
獲物をたくさん
hyped
取
yourself.
って帰るってアミーと約束
I
したからな。
promised Ami that
そ
we
れじ
get
ゃ
a lot of
頑張らないわけ
food.
にはいかないな。
Well, then we have to
そ
do
う
our
いうことだ。
best. Yeah, that's the thing. Oh well, let's one more skit.
なあ、前から思ってたんだ
I
けど
wanted to ask you,
ん
what
ア
is
ルバ
it?
イン流の剣士は
Is
バンダナ
there-
をする決まりでもあるのか？
Is there any rule about wearing a bandana in
お
your
前の親父さんや
school?
門下生なんかもバンダナをしてるじゃ
Your
ないか。
father wears
でも
and your
トリスタ
mother.
ン師匠はしてないよ。
But Master does not wear it.
確かにあのじいさんハゲちまってるもんな。
Indeed, that old man went totally bald, so he doesn't need a bandana. And you wear a bandana, class. Ah! Inoshishi desu. Oikakeyo, which means let's chase it. Let us chase the boar. Ita, asoko da. It's there. We won't let you escape. This is supposed to be a fully voiced edition. Where's the... Yatta! Such a...
あれ
Ah,
見失ったか
we lost it.
間違いなくこの辺りにいるはずなんだけど
Without a doubt, it came somewhere around here.
俺近くを探してく
I'm
ださい
gonna look around.
確かにこっちへ来たと思ったんだ
Indeed,
け
I
ど
thought that it ran somewhere around here. Do not hurt the tree. Tales of Fantasia.
こっちにはいなかったぞ
It didn't come this way.
そっちはどうだ
How about here?
クレスどうした
Class, what's wrong?
いや
No.
いたぞ
Here it is. You're murdering a whole boar family. The little ones run away. Hawk. Niskyu.
大物だな
Nice catch.
これだけ取れれば十分だろ
If we just get this, it's enough for us.
それじゃ村に戻ろ
I
うぜ
guess we're gonna go back to the village.
なんだ
What's this?
あれは
It's
村の反射の音だ
it's the alarm bell.
何かあったのか
Something happened?
急ごう
Let's hurry. The alarm bell. Something happened. Uh-oh. Korekara. Let's go.
あれは村の反射の音だ
That's the bells.
何かあったのか急いで戻ろう
Let's hurry up and go back. Dude,
そんな
this is...
俺家を見てくる
I'm gonna check on my house.
アミ
Ami. Father.
クレス
Class.
母さんは
Your mother. Is she okay?
父さん何が起きた
Father, what happened?
父さん
Father.
母さん
Mother.
母さんしっかり
Mother. Hold on.
クリス
Class.
逃げなさい
You must run away.
おじの住む北の都ユークリッドに
You must go to the northern capital of Euclid when your uncle lives.
あいつらはお前のペンダント
They want your pendant.
あいつらって誰
Who are they?
一体誰が
Who would
こんなことを
do such a thing?
お父さんは
Your father.
私が人質に取られなきゃ
If only I wasn't taken as a hostage.
母さん母さん
Mother.
目を開けて
Open your eyes. Mother. I'm not gonna voice act this.
Chester.
Chester.
チェスター、ここは危険だ。
It's dangerous
ユ
here.
ークリッドの僕のお家のところへ
Let's go to my uncle's place in Yudgrid.
アミーや村の人たちを。
You want me to leave Ami and other villagers just here and run away?
俺は嫌だ。
I refuse.
行くんなら一人で行け。
If you wanna go, you can go alone.
みんなを弔わないと。
I have to bury everybody,
俺一人だけでも。
even if I do it alone.
村を襲った奴らが戻ってきたら。
But the people that attack
殺
the
されるかも
village
しれないんだぞ。
might just come back and you might just get killed.
すまん。
I'm sorry, Kless.
それでも。
Even so, I,
チェスター、
Chester,
先に行っててくれ。
you go first.
二人とも残るのは危険だ。
If we both stay, it's dangerous.
俺は後から必ず行くから。
I will surely follow you later.
必ずだぞ。
For sure.
はあ、
Yes,
必ずだ。
for sure.
二人で必ず
The both of us
敵を撃つぞ。
will get revenge.
ああ、
Yes. They want your pendant.
父さんがくれたペンダントを狙う奴ら。
The pendant that my father gave me and the people that are looking for it.
早くここから離れよ
I have to get out of here.
う。そうすれば少なくともチェスターが狙われる
At
ことは
least
ない
they
は
will
ず
not target Chester if I'm far away from here. What do you think of this game, Father?
とにかくユークリッドに行こう。オルソンおじさんならどうすればいいか教えてくれるかもしれない。
I should go to Euclid. My uncle will know what to do. My treacherous uncle. Spoiler alert. Oh? Majinken. Majinken. Yatta. Kore wa zou ka? こんなところに象なんてあったかな。持ち上げるのは無理か。押したりするかいな。Okay, I can. There you go. Majinken. Majinken. What do you think of Tales of? It's one of my favorite Tales games. Because of its story, of course. Level up. Oh, by the way. Guess not. Oh my goodness. Huh. What game is this? Blech, blech. What game is this? Dr. Disrespect, 26,000 people watching live. I guess that's a thing. Where if Vaush is going to raid us today? Is Vaush still streaming? Can anybody tell me if Vaush is still streaming? Is President oh no, President Sunday is taking a break, I think. I should debate someone. Someone should come in here and debate me. Or something. Hive bottle を手に入れました。オレンジグミを手に入れました。はい、ありがとう。ありがとうございます。ご苦労様です。マジンケン、マジンケン、マジンケン、マジンケン。That's right. It's all from here. Right? Save the game. Vaush's porn folder gave Sunday whiplash. Wait, did President Sunday actually comment on that? I can't help but notice, but you're still white, Zoshelix. Northwest. My uncle's house is northwest. Here. I'm sorry for intruding. Wait, what did he say? What did President Sunday say? Uncle, are you here? Class. Uncle. Aunt, it's been a while. I'm so glad that you're, well. By the way, I've heard bad rumors that your village Tortoise was under attack. Is that true? It is true. Both mother and father. I see. So the rumors were true. Yes. Class, don't be so depressed. Your parents were only killed. You can stay here at this house. I'm sorry to cause you trouble. There is nothing to worry about. Thank you very much. Aren't you tired, class? Why don't you rest? Yes, I will rest. Treacherous uncle. That night. Uncle, what is this?
すまない。
I'm sorry.
こうしなかったら、わしらは愚か。
If I didn't listen to what they said, they would surely.
ユークリッドの都がトーティスの二の舞になってしまうんだ。
I'm sure this city would meet the same fate as your village.
許してくれ。
Please forgive me.
さあ、おとなしく我々に従ってもらおう。
I will have you come with us peacefully.
さっさと歩け。
Rush. I almost translated it to Polish. Move your ass. Oh my god, I almost translated it to Polish. Oh my god. Oh, I had an urge to translate it to Polish.
Chris, すまん。
Class, please forgive me. There's no forgiveness for you.
なんだ。
Yes?
まだ何か用か。
Is there anything else I can help you with?
おまさか。
You can't mean.
悪く思うな。
Don't think of me badly.
やめろ。
Stop.
やめてくれ。
Don't. This is what happens when you're a traitor.
アミ。
Ami.
人が来る。
Someone's coming.
また来たのか。
Are they returning?
アミ。
Ami,
今、お前の仇を取ってやる
I'm
から
about to get revenge for you. It's with an S, Masaka. Masaka. We have taken and brought Miguel's son to you.
ご苦労。
Well done.
貴様のような若造が持っていたとは
Such a young kid like you had it with you.
村を襲ったのはお前だな。
So you're the one that assaulted the village?
な。だとしたらどうだというのだ。弱き者よ。
And if so, then what are you going to do, you weakling? Give it back.
このペンダントはもらっておくぞ。
I'm taking this pendant.
おい、この若造の武器を奪って牢に入れておけ。
Take this kid's weapon and put him in the dungeon.
これでついに。
And with this, finally. What is that?
あれは。
よし、入れ。
Enter.
もたもたするな。
Stop. Hurry up. Blech.
長生きしたかったら、おとなしくしていることだな。
If you want to live long, you'll behave yourself. Shit. Is what he just said. I won't be able to go through this little hole. The water effect is pretty nice.
私の声が聞こえますか？
Can you hear my voice?
なんだ
What?
今
Just now.
女の人の声がしなかったか。
Didn't I hear a woman's voice just now?
穴の向こうから女性の声が。
I'm sure I heard a woman's voice from beyond this hole.
手をこちらへ。
Reach out your hand.
誰ですか。
Who are you?
手をこちらへ。
Reach out with your hand this way.
差し伸べてください。
Reach it through the hole.
あなたの助けになりたいのです。
I would like to help you.
これはイヤリング。
Is this an earring?
それを壁にかざして、
Put this in the wall
そして牢屋に捕まっている女の子を助けてあげて。
and please help a girl that is trapped in a cell in this dungeon.
あなたならきっと館から出られるわ。
I am sure that if it's you, you will be able to escape.
ちょっと待って。
Wait, please.
あなた。
You are.
お願い。
Please.
とにかくイヤリングをかざしてみよう。
In any case, let's do what she says.
これは
This is.
さっきの人に会ってお礼を言わなければ。
I have to thank the person that just helped me.
そんな。
This is.
あの手のぬくもりは何だったんだろう。
Who gave me the earring when I reached out with my hand?
剣が突き刺さってる。
The sword is stabbing her through the chest.
ひどいこと。
This is terrible. And so I'm
どう
gonna.
か安らかにお眠りください。失礼します。
Please rest in peace. And I'm sorry. Let's go. Cheese. Oh wow.
大丈夫。
Are you alright?
怪我はない。
Are you hurt?
心配しなくてもいいよ。僕は君を助けに来たんだ。
You don't have to worry. I came to save you.
僕はクレス。君は？
My name is Class. And yours?
ミント。
Mint.
私はミント・アドネードです。
My name is Mint Adnet.
助けていただいてありがとうございます。
Thank you for saving me.
僕も捕まったんだけどね。
Well, I'm also captured, so.
さあ、
Well,
一緒にここから出よう。
let's escape from here together. Yes.
いつまでもここにいるわけにはいかないからね。
You shouldn't stay here for long.
私の母も助けてください。
Please save my mother as well.
向こうの牢に捕らえられているはずです。
She should be trapped in the cell next to here.
え？
Huh?
あっちには誰もいなかったよ。
I didn't see anyone there.
さあ早く。
Let's hurry.
でも
But
確かに母の声が聞こえていました。
I'm sure I heard my mother's voice.
私を励ます声が。
The voice calling me.
確かに母が。
I'm sure my mother.
時間がないんだ。
There's no
早
time.
くしないと見つかってしまうかもしれないし。
If we don't hurry, they'll capture us.
わかりました。
I understand.
ここから水路につながっているようです。
This place leads to the sewer.
なんとか開けられないかし
Is
ら。
there no way to open this?
これで通れるぞ。
Now we can pass.
やりましたね。
We did it.
れは何だろう。
What is this?
あれは記憶人です。
This is a memory circle.
記憶人。
Memory circle.
あの上では自分が経験してきたことが残留思念となって残ります。
In this circle, the things that we go through remain. Sort of. It's trying to explain a save point, which we're gonna save now. Masaka. Konna koto. Damn. The life of a translator.
まだまだこれからだ。
えっと。Rozbicie dzielnicowe. Maybe we should... Oh. Isn't there anything about Hungary in English? Karasu, are you still here? Or were you scared away by the video game? Did I scare you away with the video game? Hienden kick. Oh, there is something. Okay. So give me some context. That is true. That is sadly true. That is true. That is definitely true. Rapia. It requires a certain amount of dedication. dedication of your soul. Oh, another segment. That is true. Give me some context to the hungry thing. And we're gonna do a little bit of a thing about it. Also, Israel. Israel is not. Oh my gosh. If you think you can run away, you're naive. I won't let you pass. You shall not pass. Gendenkek. It's a boss. Alright. New spell. We've learned a new spell. Oh. I think if we made it this far, we're pretty safe. Be careful. Mr. Class. I let my guard down. Please keep it together. Oh no, they're chasing us. I have to run away. Damn. Father. Mother. Are you okay? This place. This is my house. They call me Torix D. Morrison. I was hit by poison. And you saved me? Well, that would be the gist of it. Thank you.
君はクレス君だったね。
Your name is Kless, right?
君の友人から聞いたよ。
I heard it from your friend.
お嬢さんからここに至るまでのいきさつも聞いている。
Also heard some things about you from the girl that brought you on her back.
一応事情は理解しているつもりさ。
I think I understand the circumstances more or less.
クレスさん、目が覚めましたか？
You open your eyes.
よかった。
I'm happy.
このお
I'm
嬢さん
glad.
にもよく礼を言うことだね。
You should be thanking this young lady as well.
この細腕で気を失った君を運んでいたんだ。
She tried sort of taking you on her back when you lost consciousness.
モリスンさん、そんな。
You don't have to.
ありがとう。
Thank you.
そんな。
This is
クレスさん。
I
これを
Kless.
食べて元気を出してくだ
Please
さい。
eat this and become healthy.
うまい。
Delicious.
ミント、これとっても美味し
This
いよ。
is very delicious.
よかったら作り方を教えて
Can
く
you
れないかな。
can you teach me the recipe?
それからこれをどうぞ。
Also take this.
これは
This is
と役立つと思
I'm
い
sure it
ます。
will be useful to you.
そうだ、クレス君。
By the
気分
way,
転換に外の空気を吸ってきたらどうだい？
why don't you breathing some fresh air?
あ、はい。
Yes.
うわ。目が覚めたか、クレス。
So you've opened your eyes, Kless.
チェスター。
Chester.
君の名は君の友人から聞いたと言っただろう？
Didn't I tell you that I learned your name from your friend?
気がつかなかったかな？
Didn't you figure it out?
クレスが村を出て行ったのと入れ違いにモリスンさんが来てな。
After you've left the village, Mr. Morrison came.
そのおかげで村の人たちを思ったよりも早く弔うことができたんだ。
Chester, thanks to him, we were able to bury all the village people much faster.
そうだったのか。
I see.
でもなぜモリスンさんが。
But why are you doing this?
私は黒い鎧の男を追っているんだ。
I am chasing a man in black armor.
もう少し情報が早ければ村を守ることができたかもしれないが、
If I had the information sooner, I might have been able to defend the village, but
しかしミゲールがいながら何ということだ。
that Miguel would get killed. How could this happen?
それにマリアも
And Maria as well.
気の毒なことになったな。
This has become a really serious situation.
父さんと母さんのことを知っているんですか？
You know my parents?
ああ、
Yes.
二人とは古い友人で
They're
ね。
my old friends.
それにお嬢さんの母親メリルのこともよく知っているよ。
I also know your mother Meryl as well.
多分君たちよりもね。
I probably know your parents better than you.
お母さん。
Mother.
そういえばミゲールが大切にしていた宝石があったと思うんだが、
While we're at it, I think there was a precious precious piece of jewelry that Miguel had.
クレス君は知らないか？
Don't you know anything about it?
その宝石なら首飾りにして誕生日のプレゼントとしてもらいましたが。
If you're talking about what I'm thinking, then I received it as a birthday gift.
今それを持っているかい？
Do you have it with you?
それが
That's
奪われてしまいました。
it's been taken.
なんだって？
What?
捕まった時に黒い鎧の男に奪われたんです。
It's been taken by a man in black armor when I've been captured.
一体あのペンダントの宝石には何があるんですか？
What's so special about that pendant?
なんてことだ。
How could this happen?
全てが後手に回ってしまう。
Everything will go to hell.
まずいな。
Not good.
私は地下墓地に行かなければならなくなった。
I have to go to a cave.
君たちはここに残るんだ。
I will have you remain here.
その地下墓地に鎧の男がいるんですね。
In that underground cave, we will find the man in black armor. Yes?
僕たちも行きます。
We will go as well.
敵を撃たせてください。
We need to get revenge.
ダメだ。
No.
そんな。
Why?
お願いします。
Please.
今の君たちでは足手まといにしかならない。
The way you're now, you'll only be in my way.
決めつけないでください。
Please don't decide that on your own.
やってみなければ。
If we don't try,
君はミゲールと互角に渡り合えるか？
are you able to defeat your father in combat?
それは。
That's...
すまんな。
I'm sorry.
親友の忘れがたみを危険な目に遭わせたとあっては。
But I just can't let the children of my friends be in danger.
先に行った彼らに顔向けできないんでな。
I would not be able to look them in the face in the afterlife.
頼むからわがままは言わないでくれ。
Please don't be selfish.
私たちこれからどうすればいいの？
What should we do?
モリスンさんはああ言ったけど、俺は待ってるなんて絶対に嫌だぜ。
Mr. Morrison said such things, but I definitely won't just sit around.
私は
I...
クレスはどう思う？
What do you think?
待ってるつもりなのか？
Do you plan to wait?
村をやった奴ら。
Those people killed our friends and family.
はっきりしろよ。
Decide.
あの時約束しただろ。
Didn't you promise back then
必ずみんなの仇を討とうって
that we will
約
get
束したじゃないか。
that we will get for revenge for sure? Didn't you promise?
そりゃモリスンさんの言う通りなのかもしれない。
Maybe Mr. Morrison is right.
戦ったところで負けるだけなのかもしれない。
Maybe we'll just lose.
でも今はそれでも戦わなきゃならない時なんだよ。
But now's the time to fight.
多いってば。
Listen,
喧嘩はやめてください。
please don't fight.
お願いです。
Please.
なんぞ騒々しいの。
So noisy. Blech.
おーい、モリスンよー。
Morrison yoy.
なんじゃおらんのか。
Oh, he's not here?
Tristan 師匠。
Master Tristan,
どうしてここに？
why are we here?
おお、クレスか。
Ah, class.
わしは茶飲みにここにはよく来るんじゃよ。
I often come here to drink tea.
おいしこそ、こんなところで何をしてるんじゃ。
Why are you doing here?
実は
The truth is... The truth is...
というわけなんです。
And that's how it all went.
なんということじゃ。
Ah, that all of this happened.
ミゲールはマリアを人質に取られて知ったか。
Because Maria was taken hostage, Miguel was killed.
あの時師匠を呼び出したのも奴らの手のものだったのかもしれません。
But maybe you were called by their underlings as well.
いや、わしがあの時村から出なかったとしても。
No, even if I stayed in the village, I don't think
こんなおいぼれ、ひとたまりもなかったろうて。
I don't think this old man would have been of any help.
それにしてもモリスが言ったんじゃな。恩師たちは足手まといと。
In any case, Morrison said that you'd just be in the way. Yes.
ちょいと口実なんぞを使えるからといってあやつは天狗になっておるにゃ。
That person became arrogant even though he can just use some healing techniques.
モリスンさんも砲術師なのですか？
So he's also a healer.
おお、メリルさんとこの娘さんじゃな。
So you're the daughter of Meryl.
母さんそっくりじゃ。
You look like your mom.
美人になるぜ。
You'll become a beauty.
でもなぜ
But why?
なぜみんなが僕やミントのこと、それに親のことまで知ってるんですか？
Why does everybody know about us and our parents?
知りたいか？
You want to know?
はい、
Yes.
教えてください。
Please tell us.
それにやっぱり僕たちは仇を討ちたいんです。
And we want to get revenge after all.
クレス、
Class.
クレスさん、
Mr. Class.
モリスンさんの言ったことが正しいかもしれないけど、
The things that Mr. Morrison said might be correct.
僕はもう迷わない。
But I'm not confused anymore.
師匠、お願いします。
Master, please.
いいじゃろう。
Alright.
じゃが
But
その装備ではちと心細いの。
with that equipment, it would be pretty tough.
今行商人が来とるから装備を整えてくるといいぜ。
You should get some better equipment.
準備ができたら南東の洞窟へ行くのじゃ。
Meet me by the cave when you get prepared.
わしは一足先に行って待っておるぜ。
I'll be going ahead and wait for you. Bye. Hmm?
クレス、どうした？
What happened, class?
イヤリング
The earring.
が地下牢でもらったイヤリング
The
が
earring that I received in the dungeon.
落とし
It's
たの
gone.
か？
Did I lose it?
一体どこでなくしたんだろう？
When did I lose it?
クレスさん、どうかなさいました？
Class, has something happened?
あ
Oh,
なんでもない。
no, nothing. Let's go. Where's the salesperson? Is this the salesperson? Um... Okay, we'll get new equipment. And let's go to the cave. Majin Shinden Kekker. Yep, buddy. Hey, let's go. Let's go to the cave. Should be here. Hinden Kicker. Yatta. Okay, let's hear the story of... Hinden Kicker. Chester's dead. Poor Chester. I've only got one life bottle. Apple gumi を手に入れました。Is this the right cave? Everything seems so strong. Oh, it's the right cave. I'm just weak.
おお、来よったな。
Oh, you came.
モリソンはこの奥の地下墓地へ入っていったわい。
Morrison is in the basement. Further in.
気を抜くでないぞ。
Don't chicken out.
はい。
Yeah.
よし。では、恩師に花向けを一つ。
So I'll tell you one thing.
奥義の何たるか教えてやろう。
I'm going to teach you a super technique.
奥義。
Super technique.
そうじゃ。
That's right.
恩師は第三教練まで終えておる。
You already learned through the first stage of your sword school.
はい。
Yes.
この間、第4教練までは終わりました。
I even finished right up to the fourth.
Oh. ならばすぐにできるようになるじゃ。
Then you should be able to do it right away.
よく聞くのじゃ。
Listen carefully.
奥義とは2つの必殺
You
技の組み
combine
合わせの
two
上に成り
techniques
立つ。
to create a big
日頃
technique.
からの精神と肉体の修養、そして2つの必殺
Oh
技を
my god.
極限
Yes. I'm learning
理
combined
屈はわ
techniques.
かりますが。
I understand the theory.
とりあえず覚えておくがいい。
Well, try to remember it.
魔人剣と飛燕連脚から成り立つ奥義。
Yes, the technique that combines two of the basic skills.
それが奥義魔人飛燕脚じゃ。
Majin Hien Kyaku.
奥義なんて僕に使いこなせるんでしょうか。
Will I be able to use them?
何、ミゲールは重視になる頃にはすでに体得しておったぞ。
Miguel was able to use them at 14.
血を信じるがいい。
Believe in your blood.
大気は万世するという言
I'm
葉
sure
もあ
you'll
る
be
し
able to
の。
master them without fail.
わかりました。
I understand.
頑張ってこい。
Do your best. Bum, bum, ba, bum, ba, 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 da, ba, ba. The title of night. So... Oh, I cannot use this yet because I have to use the skills more. You lied to me. I cannot use it right away. That was a lie on your part. That's right. Mommy! We did it! How interesting. We received a letter cape. A really nice letter cape. Uh-oh. Heal me, please. I'm paralyzed. Interesting. I can't do anything. Chester, of course. True. Vesperia. I've never played Vesperia for super long. That's one of the only Tales game that I have not played for long. I see. I think I'm almost ready to cover this. To cover a topic. Yes, I've only played through the beginning of Tales of Vesperia. I have it on PC. I have Vesperia on PC. Oh, an hourglass. What's here? Ah, it's locked. Another mummy. Again, I'm paralyzed. Oh god. Um, How do you like this game, though? Uh-oh. You really like it? It's the first Tales game. Okay, we go deep into the layers of the beast. Oh, the Game Boy Advance version is bad. It's worse than the Super Nintendo version, which is an achievement. The fact that the GBA version was worse than the Super Nintendo one, like that's an achievement. A sad, sad achievement. A sad, depressing achievement. Someone's lying on the ground. No, that's... She's sleeping. Hello? Hello? Father, good morning.
寝過ごしてごめんなさい。
I'm sorry for sleeping over.
いや、僕は君のお父さんじゃな
I
い
am
んだ
not
け
your
ど。
father.
あれ、
Oh.
なんだ君たちか。
Oh, it's
よ
you.
かった。
I'm so happy.
元気だった？
How were you? How are you?
お知り合いですか？
Is that someone you know?
いや、
No.
寝ぼけてるぞ、こいつ。
Maybe she's still half asleep?
知らないふりするなんて冷たいな。
It's cold if you pretend not to know me.
だから知らないって。
We don't know you.
こんなところで寝てたら危ないですよ。
If you sleep here, it's dangerous to sleep here.
疲れてついついね。
Well, I was tired, so I just fell asleep.
で、君たちもやっぱあいつを追って？
So are you chasing him as well?
君たちもって。じゃあ君も黒い鎧の男を追って。
So are you also chasing the man in black armor?
黒い鎧の男。
A man in black armor?
話が噛み合ってないぞ。
The conversation is not really gelling.
ああ、ごめんごめん。人違いだった。
I'm sorry, I must have mistaken you with someone else.
てか、時間違い？
Or maybe I've mistaken the time period.
この人、何言ってるんだろう。
What is this person saying?
じゃあ、バイバイ。
I'll see you.
あ、ちょっと待って。
Wait a minute.
じゃなかった。また会おう。
No, 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 we'll meet again.
あ、だからちょっと待ってって。
Wait, wait!
行っちゃった。
She left.
なんか変わった人だったな。
She was a bit weird.
あの人も黒い鎧の男を追っていたのでしょうか。
Is that person chasing the man in black armor as well?
違うような感じだったけど。
I had a different feeling about it, but
だったら誰を？
then who was she chasing?
さあな。
Well,
まずは鎧の男だろう。
let's just chase the man in black armor first. Let's go.
先を急ごう。
Yes, let's hurry ahead. Let's try to master the skill. Oh, okay, let's use the Majinkan for now. The voice acting is actually pretty good in this game, and I love it. It's really, how do I say, clear, which makes it really, this game is really good if you want to learn Japanese, you know? Games like that are really good because they pronounce everything very clearly. They speak very, you know? Which I like. Majinkan! I think building in progress. Yes! New spell, level up, so many things. Oh, wrong place. Yeah, let's use the Majinkan until it's like 100%. Oh, it's already 41%. I kind of just hold it. Okay, let's go. Let's do the segment. So, I'm gonna take the article from Reuters because it seems like there's a big thing going on. Where's the Reuters thing? There we go. Seems like there's trouble in the Hungarian paradise. And that trouble is... Let me get my full screen on. Let me get my whole thing on. It seems like we're having trouble in paradise. And that trouble is... child abuse. That's right. Child abuse, and on a pretty big scale as well, which has been covered up by the Hungarian president of the Fidesz allegiance, which is very interesting since, from what I've been told, the same party has declared in law, I think even, was it in law, that the LGBT people are un-Hungarian, and hence, and the LGBT are always sort of framed as the child abusers. So we're gonna check it out now. Apparently, Orbán is a very pro. You know how it goes with people like this. Orbán is supposedly very pro traditional values, family, children, etc. And now it turns out that the president in his government has been covering for pedophiles. And the lid on that blew, sort of. Especially since the president has also been pardoning convicted pedophiles. The presidential pardon to pardon pedophiles. So that's like the, I'll say, the intro. And there we go. We have a whole article talking about it, which we're gonna look at right now. The pardoning of Protesters demand Hungary's president quit over sex abuse case pardon. Presidential pardon means no criminal record exists. Erases everything. I'm pretty sure it works the same as in Poland, the presidential pardon. Budapest, February 9th. At least 1,000 people protested in Hungary's capital on Friday demanding the resignation of President Katalin Novak over her decision to pardon a man convicted as an accomplice for helping cover up a sex abuse case in a children's home. Novak decided to pardon some 24 people in April 2023, ahead of a visit by Pope Francis, among them the deputy director of a children's home who helped the former director of the home hide his crimes. The director was sentenced to 8 years in prison for sexually abusing several underage boys in 2004. Between 2004 and 2016. The deputy director had been sentenced to more than 3 years. So already this is very, very interesting, considering that once again Fidesz is supposed to be representing the traditional values of family and having children and protecting children from the evils of the LGBT, which are supposedly the real abusers, right? Thank you. The LGBT are the un-Hungarian abusers of children, supposedly. And now it turns that the president from Fidesz is like the biggest defender of pedophiles in the country. The deputy director had been sentenced to more than 3 years. Hungarian opposition parties have demanded the resignation of Novak, an ally and former family minister of conservative Prime Minister Viktor Orbán. Wait, hold on. That's pretty significant. So that president is not just pardoning pedophiles. She also was a formal minister of family minister. So she was a minister of, wow. The minister of family that pardons pedophiles. That is an image that takes a while to sink in. The person who is basically a governmental figure tasked with preserving the family and basically protecting children is pardoning pedophiles. Jesus Christ. Like that's the worst thing that actually that's the worst combination. Novak said that must really like hit in Orban's whole facade that he's trying to build around himself. The family value prime minister. Yeah, I mean, the part how the regime works is that the people in the regime protect one another. It just so happens that the people in this case defended in the regime happen to be pedophiles. That's what a predator does. Yeah. I wonder if this will bite Viktor Orbán in the ass, actually. Novak said on Tuesday she would never pardon a pedophile, including in this case. She said the reason behind her decision was not public, and all pardons were divisive by their nature. Wait. So she said she would never pardon a pedophile, but then she did. Like, how can you say you will never pardon a pedophile and then just pardon a pedophile? I mean, I get what she's basically saying. What she's basically saying is, I would never pardon a pedophile, and the reason why I pardon these people is not because they're pedophiles, but for some other reason that is secret. Her office has not replied to emailed Reuters questions. It is possible, but I'm not sure if I believe it actually. I mean, technically speaking, if you're gonna pardon someone, you at least should do the courtesy to look into their case, right? That is possible that she was just asked to do this because... Right. Trying to contain the political fallout from the scandal, Orbán, whose Fidesz party is beginning the campaign for European Parliament elections in June, submitted a constitutional amendment to Parliament late on Thursday, depriving the president of the right to pardon crimes committed against children. The pardoning decision of the President of the Republic has prompted a debate. This debate must be closed in a way that reassures all Hungarians, the text of the bill says. Oh! So, a Band-Aid then. A Band-Aid was basically put on this whole situation. We're just gonna put a Band-Aid on the surface level thing that you see that has happened, but we're not really gonna address the underlying problem, which is people from Fidesz being pedophiles and the party of Fidesz enabling that behavior and just, turning a blind eye until the person gets convicted, in which case they would get pardoned. Which means that, technically speaking, Orbán can say the president cannot pardon pedophiles anymore, but then make sure that the pedophiles don't even get arrested. That is technically something that could happen, that they would be sort of covered before they even get to the arrest part. So that sort of thing does not really solve it, does it? Like, now they could just change the strategy to defending the people like earlier on. Now the issue is that the state's media is silent, but this can go around mouth to mouth and grow bigger. Hopefully, this could potentially be a blow to Orbán's sort of to his image, that has been trying to build now. Do you think that it could actually do any harm to his regime, though? Do you think that it could grow big enough for people to say, if you're gonna have a government that is full of pedophiles and a president that pardon pedophiles, then we don't really want you around anymore? Could that even happen? Is that a thing that is a scenario that's on the table even? That is the question. Could that be like a window of opportunity for Hungary to sort of wrestle power away from a dictator like Orban. I mean he does have a little bit less of wiggle room, since this hits directly into the thing that his own base cares about, right? This hits into the people that, like, as you've said before once, they've been primed to hate people that abuse children, quote unquote. It's just that the finger has been pointed at the LGBT as the people that abuse children. But now we have actual children abusers that have been convicted, and suddenly the Fidesz party pardons them. You know, there would be certain, like, a dissonance even within the biggest Fidesz supporter. Wait a minute, they always say that they're pro family and children, but they've been the biggest pedophile defenders. This is crazy. It would be so great if Hungary's anti-LGBT sort of rhetoric bit them in the ass now as well. That would be so great. That would be so great for all parties involved, especially for Hungary, actually. And now we have this with the abuse of children. And we also have a different story. Hungary MEP that is apparently, according to the current Hungarian doctrine, not really Hungarian. Yosef, I agree. Yes, I agree. Jesus. Yosef Shire, Hungary MEP, quits after allegedly fleeing a gay orgy. This was in 2020. So it's a little bit of an old story, but it feels... It's always like this, isn't it? 2020, man escapes gay orgy, has to quit. 2024, turns out that the president of Hungary has been covering up for convicted pedophiles. What else are we going to discover? Like, interesting. Hungary's in a spot, or rather Orban. Fidesz Insider. I suppose Fidesz Insider is like the public media, right? Yeah, there does seem to be a repetition. History repeats, but I wonder if this will do or change anything, to be quite honest. Is this gonna affect anything? You gotta ask yourself, is this gonna affect anything or change anything? I guess this is a thing to be followed up on. So today was the protest, right? In Hungary against demanding that the president quits. So what's the the current situation, like the current state of the situation? Okay. So what's the current situation? Like, did Orban actually address the protest? Did he actually address the protest and the demand for the president to quit? Or did he say, I changed the rule about pardoning so the president does not have to quit anymore? Fidesz voters were in the protest. I mean, they would. It is a pretty big fumble, isn't it? It is a pretty big mess up to make, I believe. No? It is a pretty big mess up to make. There's silence. The silence of the lambs on the issue. Very interesting. Oh! So there's a protest to come still, yes? There's gonna be a protest still. When will the protest happen? When is the protest happening? When's that happening? We're gonna cover it. We're gonna be covering that protest. Hello, Arkaya. So what's the date of the protest? Have they announced a date? Maybe we could even cover it live. That could be a thing. If there's gonna be a broadcast, we could cover it live even. This will be a regular daily protest now, which basically means we can cover the topic every single day. That's nice. We can cover the Hungarian protest against the president daily and see what happens. Regular daily protest every day. What time? We're gonna start covering it tomorrow. Lovely. Well, that is certainly a development. We shall see how large it will become. We'll see. Seems like a possible shake-up in Hungary. How about nail polish? I'm gonna paint my nails. You should. I don't have nail polish, and I cannot paint my nails. Unfortunate. An unfortunate limitation. How do you know? I've seen way larger protests, but this is different in many ways. I mean, it touches on the most... Yeah, it touches upon the most sort of delicate subject possible, doesn't it? Keep in mind, predation on children is the biggest go-to argument of far-righters against the LGBT. The argument. Stop indoctrinating our children. Stop sexualizing our children. Leave our children alone. Stop educating our children about this. Stop educating our children about that. Stop stealing our children's innocence with this ideology. And now you have literally convicted pedophiles for 8 and 3+ years that are being pardoned. So this is basically like I don't even know if I could call it a shot in the foot or it's like a shot in the face. This is pretty, and yeah. Interesting. But Orban regime saying this had been cut. But Orban regime saying this had been cut the child protection services and then on top of that protected abusers. Oh, interesting. Okay, I get it. The regime cut child services and then protected child abusers on top of that. Going back to 2020 and Bayer result who protected Scheer there. Oh, Bayer, the Bayer and the gay orgy guy. Got it. Got it. The gay orgy guy. Bayer had been saying, trying to to equate LGBTQ people to pedophiles in that interview with child abusers. Family values. Typical family values from people like this, I would say. It's not super shocking, unfortunately. It is unfortunate, but it's not totally unexpected. But we'll see. So the protest starts tomorrow, right? Or technically speaking, today. The protest is starting today, technically speaking. Jesus. No, the Josef Shire is the gay orgy guy. Josef Shire is the gay orgy guy. Interesting. Family values. Best family values is when you pardon pedophiles. We'll see. So the protest starts today, yes? Because this is now not only going to the most important Fidesz members, but state officials of the highest order. How about today? There should be one today, right? Okay, we'll cover it. Today's Saturday. I think today's Saturday. Okay, we're going to be covering it. Well, these sort of protests are only worth anything if they actually do anything, right? If they end up in leading to. No, right now it's Saturday. Okay. So today. All right. We've done some Putin, which led to a very weird situation with the channel. We've done Orban, which we're going to be following up on today on stream. Tomorrow, today, on Saturday, we're going to be doing that. And we're going to be looking at some other stuff. And also, what is the location of the protest and why is it significant? Oh, I want to know that before I announce the next thing. Why is it significant and where is it? Presidential Palace is a place for diplomatic meetings, right? That makes sense. So eventually Orban has to address it one way or another. That's why I've been wondering if he will address it directly or if he will say, I've addressed it, I've changed the law about pardoning. That was me addressing it. You know? He could say, well, I did change the law. That was me addressing it. No president can do this again. There we go. We've solved the problem. He could say that, which would ignore all of the underlying problems. But the issue is that people are often sort of blind to the underlying issues and sort of see that the surface thing was solved and sort of figured that that's enough. Presidential Palace and the Buddha Castle are important culturally, diplomatically, and for tourism as well. Yeah, but he has then to use police force to disperse protesters. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. What time will the protest begin, by the way? What time is the protest? If he is using that, he might undermine the myth around himself that he built up since 2006. If he used force to disperse people protesting against pedophilia, then this could actually grow big. I could see this grow big if he actually tried to disperse people for fighting pedophilia using force. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. So I'm going to finish stream now, since we've been streaming for over 4 hours. And I have some things to prepare for tomorrow. Especially since tomorrow, or rather today, is the Vietnamese New Year. The Vietnamese New Year is today. So I'm gonna be sort of partaking in that as well. So I will see you tomorrow. I'll see you tomorrow. This is interesting. That is interesting. Orban has never really used the police force against protesters, against the far right. We'll see. We'll see what happens. The protests rages on, and for a good reason. And we'll see. We'll just have to see.